This video is used for educational purposes only, under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976.
Hey, happy Sunday, Avengers. How y'all doing on this Sunday? Smash that like button on your way in here. Smash that like. And today is another video request I received to talk about Dequan Johnson. And this is a new case involving a police shooting. Again, a police shooting, and it's still developing, and all information has not been released yet. Okay, this is again a new case. And we pretty much will be going over the evidence that has been released so far, such as the police footage. And I have made some edits to the police footage to make it so we're able to better view it. But I will say that I am saddened by the actual lackluster quality of the actual police footage and the angles and the cropping. And I just feel like there could be more police footage, a better quality, should I say. But we will go over the police footage that has been released regarding this case as well. And let's see who's in the building. Let's see who's here. And let me give a shout out to Judy Coles. Hey, Judy Coles. RC117. Nitty. Hello. Caramel Butterfly. Welcome. Yas onto Yas. And let's see, Worldwide Collaborations, Low Key. Let's see, Cherie, I appreciate y'all for being here. Sunshine is here, Aries One. So yes, this is another case of police unaliving, and there's a lot of speculation and assumptions spreading, and a lot of gossip as well. So let's go ahead and get to the actual press conference that was held by the Grand Rapids Police Department.
Take it you guys are all ready, because giving you a few minutes. Okay. All right. Thanks for coming to talk to us today. We're going to talk. We had an officer involved shooting last night, 500 block east and southeast, about 9:30, a little bit before.
Officer involved shooting, Grand Rapids Police Department. However, since this was a police department, they have, forwarded to the state police, Michigan State Police, for an external investigation. That's something that's important, because obviously police can be a brotherhood, okay? And they can protect each other. And some people might feel there might be biases or protections or cover-ups if it's in-house investigation. So a lot of times they will have the, state police investigate officer involved shootings, okay?
Or 9:30, I think, at night last night, and we're going to show you. Obviously, it's a quick turnaround time. We didn't get much sleep, and we got back in here, redacted a few videos. There are a lot of officers that ended up being on scene, so there's a lot more videos as the process goes on.
So we are going to watch the police footage that has been released so far, but as this officer states, there are more police footage. There is more police footage, and every officer that goes to the scene should have their body-worn camera footage turned on. So there's going to be a lot of angles and perspectives once all the footage is released. And if you're in this sector, you know that I've released police footage before, and the police footage could be at like 5 different angles, but it's showing the same scene and the same incident, but different angles, sometimes it's like different witnesses being interviewed, but you get every cop's footage of that incident. Now, I will say the footage that has been released so far is subpar, and it's not really going to show much. That's why I can't wait until there's more footage. And once there's more footage, I will be able to give like my full answer or what I really 100% feel about the case. So Dequan Johnson is 32 years old. There's some media reports stating that he's 26, but based on some records I looked up, he's actually 32 years old, and he was born in 1993. Okay. And he lost his life recently in the police shooting in Grand Rapids, as I just mentioned. Now, I wanted to say this ahead of time because when someone is unalived by police, people will go immediately to victim blaming or just bringing up the person's past. Okay, so I want to be clear that he does have a past, and this is not about me defending anyone's past. Okay, this is not about me villainizing all police officers. Okay, and this is not about me, you know, what I can say is I'm just going by what I have in front of me today, at the moment, at the present, in a case that's still developing, where no one knows all the answers yet. So we're just going to look at the facts as we know it in this moment right now. In any moment, something could change. So what I have are, of course, the police press conference and the body worn camera footage. Also, there are some witnesses that recorded their own footage of this incident, and I'm sure more stuff will come out about that as well. So we have a different perspective from other people outside of the police. The police also stated that at the apartment complex where he was unalived, Daquan was unalived by a police officer, that there are surveillance footage there. There's surveillance footage. So they have not, released that yet. But I will say this, as we proceed, we have to understand that whether someone has a criminal record or not, it does not justify excessive use of force or unlawful killing or police unaliving someone unnecessarily. Okay, it's a police job to arrest people, even serial killers. There's mass shooters that have been apprehended without being unalived. So we cannot justify that someone deserves to die because they have a criminal record. Otherwise, that means anyone that the police arrest, that means the police could unalive the person because they have some sort of record or they have a gun or things like that, or have weapon charges. So what I want to do is I want to separate the person's past behavior I want to separate their past behavior from the current incident. For example, let me give you an example. Let's say there is a prostitute, right? And the prostitute, gets in the car with the John. And that John sexually assaults her SA, okay? And at that point, some people will say, well, she's a prostitute. She does that, and she sleeps with everyone anyway, and she has committed crimes, she has a past, they will just say a lot of things about her. And what I will say in that moment is, okay, well, someone's past and even their current sex work does not mean that they should be raped, and it doesn't justify that action. So someone can have a criminal record, even be someone can have a criminal record and then the police can apprehend the person, but that doesn't mean that the person should be unalived because they have a record. So that happens a lot in these types of cases where people justify excessive use of force by police because the person has a criminal record. Now, in this case, there is another difference as well, is that there's an argument and dispute about the gun. Where is the gun at in this police shooting incident? Did he have a gun pointed at anyone? Were the police in reasonable fear of their life to where they fired 3 rounds? Okay, so we are going to look at the footage. But before I do, I want to say that the following clip and video footage that we will be analyzing, it does contain graphic body cam footage. Okay, it does contain graphic footage involving police use of force, and I'm using this only for journalistic purposes for commentary and critique, okay, and news reporting. And so viewer discretion is advised at this time, okay? Ahmad says, thanks for going live, Dani. A lot of us are getting a bad snowstorm. And shout out to everyone out there that is experiencing bad weather, snowstorms, etc. Make sure you stay safe and stay warm, especially while driving or out and about as well. But yeah, make sure you stay safe and stay warm. That's a definite. So let's go ahead and start the actual police footage or the press conference.
But we've heard a lot of calls from the community. There's a lot of inconsistencies or outright falsehoods being spread on social media. And tragically, this young man last night involved in the shooting died. Very thankful that the officers involved were not hurt, but I know that this individual has loved ones and family members that cared about him.
Yeah, so they are like, okay, no officers were harmed in this incident, just the Quain Johnson, okay? And yes, the Quain Johnson has family, and his child's mother is Ashlyn. So let me show Ashlyn. And Ashlyn wrote on her Facebook post, she says, I just want to thank everyone who did reach out to me. Now I got to explain to my boys how their dad was murdered by the police. And then she put hashtag LLDQ. So his family is mourning his loss, and of course his mother is as well. We will go over her videos in a moment. And so this is one of his kids' mothers, Ashlyn. And she has 2 children by Daquan. So what I want to say is this. People are going to be bringing up his past. People are going to be bringing up, his, I will go ahead and say it, child support. They will be bringing up, old charges and even current pending charges. We will go over that. So I'm going to be transparent about everything so everyone can have a concrete, evidence, or just be able to make your own decision about this case with all the information. So I'm not going to hold back any information or withhold information just to try to push the narrative. Okay, so you will be just shown evidence and receipts, and then from there you come up to your own conclusion. Okay, and so this is his child's mother. One of his child's mother is Ashlyn, and this is her post she made. Let me zoom in a little bit here. She says, I just want to thank everyone who did reach out to me. Now I got to explain to my boys how their dad was murdered by the police. Hashtag LLDQ. So when the police officer says he has loved ones, yes, he has loved ones. He has family. He has children that are left behind. Okay, hold on.
Information is being spread on social media, and we have the opportunity to get some accurate information out. We should take that opportunity. So that's why kind of put together 3 videos. What you're going to see is 2 officers that tried to stop this individual on a bike. He was suspected of having a handgun, and you're going to see a body-worn camera. I'm sorry, first you're going to see an in-car camera video. Then you're going to...
So they stopped him, or they pursued him because he was suspected of having a handgun and things like that. So then they followed him. You're going to see a patrol car following him on a bike, okay?
You're going to see a body-worn camera video of the same officer, and then a brief body-worn camera video of the second officer. So without further ado, I'll let the beginning play here. A lot of familiar faces, so you're probably familiar. There's going to be some warnings here. What I'm not going to do today is I'm not going to come to a conclusion of law or policy. This is...
Of course not. Of course not. Now, here's my thing. I watched a lot of body cam videos. I've also requested my own body cam footage from police numerous times, as most of you know. And it is 2026, and a lot of times the body cameras are at good angles, good perspectives, and good enough quality to really detect and see what's going on. And they are very long, and as long as the incident is. In this case, I really feel like, I don't know, he mentioned at the start of the video that he redacted, or it was redacted. I'm curious to know what was redacted. What was all redacted and taken out or edited out or cropped out, or what did they actually do to this footage? Because I don't feel like this was a totality of the actual clip. That's what I will say.
As I say, the intent of this is to clear up the falsehoods, the inconsistencies, and just on balance provide the basics of the actual use of force information, because it's something that the community is very much interested in, and so we're going to do that. All of our officer-involved shooting incidents are investigated by the Michigan State Police. They were out late last night with us, have taken it over completely. There is a potential that there's a lot of other surveillance video out there. I know that the apartment building, which the parking lot of which this took place in, has some obvious what appeared to be surveillance cameras on it. MSP will be doing that investigation, looking at those. So
the Michigan State Police will be taking over this investigation, again, for transparency, and again, because we obviously don't want Grand Rapids Police Department investigating their own officer. That could lead to biases and subjective outcomes, right? So we need objective perspective from external agency to look into this case, and that will be the Michigan State Police.
As this investigation continues, you may see better angles come out and things, but this is what the Grand
Rapids. Yes, and as it proceeds, we need better angles. What I would say, we need better angles to really come to really observe what's going on. It's kind of like if someone says, hey, watch this footage and tell me your opinion. And I'm looking at the police footage and it's cropped, it's at an angle, you can't see everything. I cannot say 100% what happened, because I can't, because there's not enough good quality. So I will say what has been released so far is not a really good quality of this incident.
The police department has. So of course these are angles that are they don't see everything. Body work.
Yes, obviously don't see much of anything. But I will say it's kind of like this. It doesn't show everything, but it also doesn't show what they're saying it shows. Like everything they're saying it shows either.
Our videos are not perfect. They're affixed to the officer's uniform in front and show just that perspective. Again, there is graphic content.
So they're affixed to the officer's uniform in the front. I prefer the high up body cams, though, the ones that are really guided by the officer's head movements, or where the officer's head is pointed towards.
Here, so yeah, this is not a positive or happy video. This is a tragic incident. First officer that you're going to see that both the body.
So let me read it. I don't know if he's going to read this. Hold on, let's see.
Camera and in-car camera is the same officer. He is one of our.
So he's not reading this. Let me go back. Okay, at approximately 9:30 p.m., officers were pursuing an individual, an adult male who was believed to be armed. The individual was on a bicycle. He rode into the parking lot of an apartment complex on the 500 block of Eastern Avenue Southeast. A K-9 was deployed and engaged the suspect. Now, a K-9 was deployed and engaged the suspect. We will go over that whole thing with the K-9, because during this actual press conference, they barely mentioned the K-9 and what the dog was doing. I have a lot of questions about the dog. That's why it's on my thumbnail, because I feel that what the dog was doing, whether the dog was biting, pulling, whatever the dog was doing, that could have caused an issue or cause maybe involuntary movements or self-defense movements or other types of movements to the actual Daquan. So we have to take that into consideration as well, but I will get to that much later. Hold on.
First officer that you're going to see, that both the body-worn camera and in-car camera is the same officer. He is one of our canine officers.
So it says the suspect continued to resist while officers were attempting to get him in custody. One officer fired their department-issued weapon. A handgun was recovered at the scene. Officers rendered aid at the scene, and the suspect was taken to the hospital. Here's the thing. You're failing to mention the dog. Okay, you mentioned the dog, but you're not going into great detail about the dog's actions. Okay, you employed the dog. I mean, not employed. You deployed the dog, and then what all did the dog do? And based on what the dog did, what was Daquan's reaction to the dog? So the Daquan will have different reactions to the two officers and to the dog. So that has to be taken into consideration.
So you'll hear the dog barking in the background, and the canine is utilized to apprehend this individual.
So the canine dog is utilized to apprehend and assist in the arrest. And then you will say, why was the canine deployed and used? Was it necessary to deploy the dog? So they're saying that the dog was deployed, but why? And to what extent, and also when was it reasonable enough time? At what point should the dog be removed?
A handgun was recovered at the scene. I know that there were a group of police officers that approached this individual after the fact.
So a handgun was recovered at the scene. Okay, so keep that in the back of your mind. And I will be going over some things about Daquan. Again, I am just going over the video and evidence. I don't know fully everything that's happening. We have to wait for more footage to be released. Okay, so I'm going over this objectively based on what is stated. Okay, so until all information is released, I will not make a decision in this matter. Okay, but I will call out things that are inconsistent at the present time. So it goes on to say the Michigan State Police responded to investigate the officer involved shooting as per procedure. The officer is on administrative leave also per procedure. So the officer is not still out in the field, and he is actually on administrative leave per procedure. The officer that shot, I heard like 3 shots that were fired. Okay. And so, yes, hold on.
Move him off of the handgun and secure that handgun. We didn't get to those videos to get to redact them and process them.
Here's the thing that's really weird. At that part, he says to get him off of the handgun. So why would Dequan Johnson be on top of the handgun? And you said to get him off of the handgun. So we have to pay attention to, if the handgun was a threat to the police officers, then they said it was under him. They had to get him on top, off the top of it. Y'all, we have to pay attention. I'm just trying to like process everything. Hold on.
In time for this meeting, but we know that there's probably dozens of officers that have that sort of video evidence that we'll be sharing with you guys in the future. And we're going to start with...
So there are other officers that came to the scene that have, I guess they have their own camera angle. So we will get more footage later. And also I want to see definitely the apartment complex. The apartment complex has surveillance footage surrounding the area. That complex, should I say? And that should give more of an angle as well, depending on where those cameras are located at the apartment complex.
I believe the in-car camera video. I was wrong. Sorry. It's the body-worn camera video.
Now I will say this. This is very annoying. Hold on. I don't want that. If you pay attention to this footage, immediately you will see an issue. The actual sirens and police lights are in the blue is actually going to cover up what we do see. It's distorting the image because you can't really see what's happening or make out with the glare of this blue light everywhere. Okay, hold on. So I did make some changes to make so we'll be able to view this video at different opinions. Okay. Okay, so this is the footage right here. And you see that he was on a bicycle. He gets off. It looks like he slips and falls on the ice. And then now he's on the ground. So the cop says right there, it looks like he says, I have his right arm. I have his arm. Okay. Let's go back one notch. So when the cop gets out, you see the dog run up. Pay attention. The dog runs up as soon as the cop is out of the car, and the other dog is running up. So the dog was immediately like put onto him, it looks like. Okay. Stop reaching, you're going to get shot. He has a gun in his hand. And they said they removed the dog from him.
This next video will be that same canine officer, but it'll be the perspective of his in-car camera system.
Stop, please, canine!
So as you can see, he's riding a bicycle. He's turning off into that apartment complex. Now, what I will say is what we do see is from Daquan that he's actually running away from the officers. He's not like coming towards them, pointing anything towards them or trying to come at them. It looks like he actually tried to jump off the bike and run, but then he fell. So we have to pay attention to that when someone is approaching officers and then coming towards officers compared to someone with their back turned and they're running away, they're trying to get away from the officer. There's two different types of suspects, okay? Hold on.
One more body-worn camera video.
Yes, I'm off the barrel. You want to stand in my face. Yes, we're going to be under now.
And that was for moments after the shooting. Not a positive or happy video. This is a tragic incident. first officer that you're going to see that both the body worn camera and in-car camera is the same officer. He is one of our canine officers. So you'll hear the dog barking in the background, and the canine is used.
So the canine is automatically brought on the scene because I guess they already heard or expected or suspected that he had a gun. And they have not really said if this was like a 911 call that was called in or reported, or was this some sort of officer initiated call. That they're not really clear or clarifying on how they were aware of that he was someone possibly on a bike with a gun, or they have not really clarified why they came out. And also with that, why was the dog released before? Why was the dog deployed and released before they saw any other threat, or before he posed a threat or anything else? Why was the dog immediately, like, would it be responsible to release a dog that could possibly bite someone before you actually see what they're going to do or if they're going to pose any threat?
To apprehend this individual. A handgun was recovered at the scene. I know that there were a group of police officers that approached this individual after the fact to move him off of the handgun and secure that handgun.
So move him off of the handgun. So I guess at some point he's supposed to be on top of the handgun, or he's in, the handgun is under him, or so was his hand under him at some point? Yeah. So you have to kind of explain, like, how did the handgun get under him? When did it go from visible to where they can see it, to where he's reaching for it, to it's under him?
We didn't get to those videos to get to redact them and process them in time for this meeting, but we know that there's probably dozens of officers that have that sort of video evidence that we'll be sharing with you guys in the future. And we're going to start with, I believe, the in-car camera video. I was wrong, sorry.
Okay, this is slow down version. This is slow down. Okay, right there, get on the ground, hands up. We see the dog is over there with Daquan already. As you can see, the police lights are, and the blue lighting is distorting the image, so you can't really, it's not clear quality. But you can see the dog in the left-hand corner. So they say he got a gun in his hand, but I'm not seeing the gun. And then later at the police conference, they said they had the gun was, I guess, under him. So hold on. Now this is where I made it like more like a black and white so we can kind of see it better. Okay, hold on. Now you can see it better. The dog is running up. Now pay attention to the dog, as you have to pay attention to each thing at like one thing at a time. Hold on. You see the dog right there. Pay attention to the dog, what the dog is doing. The dog is clearly like tugging in at him or doing something to him, right? He got a gun in his hand. I don't see a gun. So right here he says, show me your hand, show me your hand. So there is different things going on. We have a dog that's tugging at him or biting him, and then that's already first came up there. And some people have a fear of dogs, by the way. And then you have another officer saying, show me your hands. So if someone is saying, show your hands, then how can you show it? You gotta show your hands. You gotta move your body to show your hands, or you gotta put your hands up. You gotta move to show your hands. So if one person is saying, you know, show your hands, that person is going to try to show their hands, right? So when they move their body or move their arms to show their hands, then now you're going to say they're reaching or they're moving and stop resisting, but you just said they have to show their hands. So that requires movement. So again, we need better angles to see what's all happening. Where is the other cop's body cam? Because the officer that's on him should have a camera pointed at him more directly. So why are we just seeing the one at the top, the one standing up? We're seeing his perspective and angle, but where is the angle for the one that's on top of Dequan Johnson? His would be the better view and angle because he's the one that I think fired. The dog is yanking right there. The dog is clearly yanking or doing something at Daquan. So Daquan is obviously going to react to that, and also react to, officers are told to announce themselves and their presence and say things like, show your hands, stop. You have to be aggressive with it to command people to do things. So when he's saying show your hands, then most people are going to say, okay, well, I need to be showing my hands. I got to get my hands. I got to show my hands. So if you tell someone to do something, you cannot punish them for doing it. So you have to make sure that if one officer says show your hands, that you both have to be on the same page, that you're now expected for the person to show their hands. So that requires movement. Also, if a dog is tugging at someone or biting someone, you're going to expect someone to try to get the dog off them. They might have a reasonable fear of a dog. Again, this is just things that have to be considered. And also right now I'm saying, where's the other police footage from the other officer? Because each cop has their own body worn camera footage. So we need we should have better footage from the officer that's actually on Daquan. So he says he got the dog is good, but that's now, but the dog was still on him at that time. Stop reaching, man, you're gonna get shot. And also, was it necessary to fire a weapon? Could a taser have been used? Also, was it necessary to fire 3 rounds, 3 shots? So they are saying they see a gun, but this footage, we can't really see anything. I don't see a gun in this footage. And let's go to another angle from another person that captured footage. You cannot see a gun in this footage right here. Exactly. It's one thing to suspect that someone is armed. And now they did say later that there was a gun at the scene, and they show a gun later. Okay. However, a gun in his hand, but you said you cannot see his hands. You say show your hands, but then later you say a gun in his hands. And also, if you're telling someone to show their hands, you're instructing them to show their hands, to actually show what's in their hands or what's going on with their hands. Like, you cannot just say show your hands and then punish someone when they're trying to show you their hands. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what happens sometimes on traffic stops. People say, hey, I need to show me your license or registration. And then someone's reaching for their glove box, and then since they are reaching, say, oh, you're trying to get a gun, be still. No way. You just said you need to see my license and registration, and I have to reach for my, my wallet, my purse. I have to reach for something to get it. So people actually have been shot for just trying to get for following instructions, trying to get their license or registration. So that's why people try to teach people, hey, if cops tell you to show license or registration, you just tell them, hey, I'm reaching only for my license or registration. I'm not reaching for a gun. I'm not reaching for that. Because the simple fact of reaching or doing anything to follow instructions could lead to you being unalived. So cops have to be careful with commanding people to do things. And then when people are following those commands and then punishing them or thinking they're doing something malicious by following the command. So the cops keep saying that the cop says, I got the dog's good. I got his right arm. So you got his right arm, you got the dog. And so then what?
Stop reaching, man. You're gonna get shot.
But what is he reach? Okay, so he says he's reaching, but it's really not showing anything here. This is not making any sense. And how come we don't have the other cops body cam? If you're going to have a whole press conference, why not release the body cam of the officer that shot him? Release those two cops right there as body cam. That should be the main one you release.
That same canine officer, but it'll be the perspective of his in-car camera system.
So one officer is saying, he sees the gun, but from this footage you cannot see the gun. Okay. Yeah, Nitty. So at what point, so people are going to say, well, he has a weapon. The simple fact that he has a weapon means he's a threat. Not really. They have apprehended mass shooters and other people that have just done things, horrible things, like a mass shooting of people, and they have arrested those people without, unaliving them. Okay. Todd and Judy Coles, thank you so much for the super sticker fan funding. Yes, again, I appreciate the support. Now, again, I'm not saying whether he has a gun or not has a gun or what's happening. I'm saying that the police footage that's shown now is not conclusive. It does not prove it does not prove that he has a gun. It does not show a gun. It does not show what they're saying it's supposed to show. So they need to release all the footage. Again, they need to release all the footage because maybe there's another angle to where we can see something better or see something different. At what they're releasing now is not proving that Daquan Johnson posed a threat. If they have a better angle, then I will review that later to see if there is better footage that can show something different. We don't know. Okay, at this time, I'm saying the current one does not prove what they're saying. So they need to release the footage that proves what they're saying. Okay. Shout out to Judy Coles. Thank you so much for the fan funding super sticker. I appreciate the support. Also, shout out to Ahmad. I appreciate the fan funding super sticker. Yas from the Yas. Shout out to Lisa. Lisa says, thanks for covering this, Dani. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And sending some virtual roses right back at you. Again, shout out to you. I appreciate the support. Also, shout out to Nadia again. Thank you so much for the fan funding super sticker. Yas from the Yas. And Intangible Chick says, I cannot believe how long I have been a member. I've been watching you for even longer than that. Thank you for all your informative, educational, funny, and messy videos to watch over the years. Oh, thank you so much. Mwah. And sending a virtual rose right back at you. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free just by what? Hitting that like button. Happy anniversary. Hold on. So he's riding his bicycle. He's about to go into the apartment complex. He slips and falls. The K9 immediately is deployed. And 2 officers approach him, and then within a matter of less than a minute, it looks like he's unalive with 3 shots. Run. Pay attention. There is no moment that we see a gun in his hand. They actually say, show your hands. And then the next thing you know, they're saying that he has a gun in his hand. And then one officer, he has his right hand. And then we see a dog tugging on him. Of course, he'll be wanting to get the dog off him. And then we also see, we hear the officer say, show your hands. So that's an instruction and a command to show hands. So that requires someone to move as well. And for him to be a threat, he needs to be facing officers or pointing something at the officer or positioned in a way to aim at the officers with the gun. And this footage doesn't show any of that.
One more body worn camera video.
Let's look at this right here really quickly. Hold on.
And then I'm going to grab the thing. You on his stomach. Both hands behind his back. He's not. Oh my God.
Oh my God. Oh man.
Hold on.
Hey. And then I'm going to grab the thing. You on his stomach. Both hands behind his back. He's not. Oh my God.
Oh my God. Oh man.
Hey. And then I'm going to grab the thing. You on his stomach. Both hands behind his back. He's not. Oh my God.
Oh my God. Oh man.
shooting.
Hold on one second. Okay, let's slow down. Again, this is still something that's far away. However, it's still nevertheless not showing anyone, him facing towards them or a weapon being pointed towards anyone.
And then I'm gonna grab the thing, he on his stomach, both hands behind his back. He's not. Oh my God.
Oh my God. Oh man.
Now, pay attention to what you can see visually and not what someone is saying, okay? Because people can say different things, but you have to pay attention to what you can see with your own two eyes. Not what you can get tricked if you listen to what someone is saying is shown instead of what you see with your own two eyes, okay? Hold on. So here's the thing: the police.
Y'all people,
Hold on.
this dude was riding a bike.
The police chief says that the gun was under him, and later he's going to show a gun. I'll get into that later. But the police chief says the gun was under him, and I'm saying, when did it get under him? Because, okay, he's riding on the bicycle, he slipped and he fell on ice, and we do not see a gun fall or anything, or fall out or anything. And then the officers come out, and there's a dog as well that's deployed. The officers and the dogs go up there. The dog gets there first and obviously starts at him. And there is no sign yet of like a you know, someone like tossing or dropping or a gun or anything else. We see him slip and fall, right? And then we see that the dog has latched onto him and is tugging at him and making some sort of jerking back and forth motions or something. And then we see the other officer kind of knelt down, like it's like trying to pin him. Maybe he was pinning him a little bit, and then had his, I guess he said, I got his right arm. And where was the gun seen, or when was it seen? And why would they release the K9 on his person without first seeing the gun? They said they suspected the gun, but why would they release the K9 on a man allegedly holding a gun? And also, if they knew he had a gun, why did they say show your hands, instead of like drop the gun, or do you have a weapon on you? A lot of times when cops are aware, or they are told that someone has a weapon and they're confronting the person, they will say, show your weapon, or do you have a weapon on you? Do you have a weapon? Do you have this or that on you? And then they'll allow the person a chance to respond, to say yes or no, and then they'll instruct the person on how to proceed forward. But just saying, show your hands instead of like, where's the gun, or trying to address the situation with the weapon. Also, what made it so they could do this stop and frisk, or this stop check, or this, I gotta know more about how this was initiated. How was it started? Did they receive a 911 call, some sort of tip, some sort of cop saw him and saw a gun, or what was the reason for this stop? What was the initial? We have to go back to the beginning. What was the stop, and was it a legal stop of this person, of Dequan? Was he legally stopped and like should I say healed? Was he stopped legally? And was this a lawful detainment? That is the question. They're kind of skipping over those little details. Okay, I guess they got some sort of alert or notification, but how and who reported it? And another thing I noticed was, let me go back 1 second. Let me go back 1 second. So at this angle from someone else, I guess at the complex, he is on his stomach. He's not facing them. He's not posing a threat. He's on his stomach. Now, the person talking says that both his hands behind his back. Now, the officer stated that he had his right arm. So that means the left arm was still maybe under his body. And I don't know. From their angle, they're not going to be able to see his full. They'll be able to probably see the right arm, but not the left, because the left will be on the other side of his body. So you have to pay attention to what someone can actually see from their observation or their viewpoint. Okay, and we also have to say then, if they did see a weapon, why would they be surprised at seeing a weapon if they knew that they were apprehending someone or going after someone with the weapon? So in that way, they should have already been prepared to tase the person or take some other method to secure the person. So what about a taser? I don't think it was smart.
Y'all people, this dude was riding a bike.
To deploy a dog onto someone that you has a firearm, and then have the dog bite at the person, or whatever the dog was doing. Was the dog biting the person? Because that's gonna if a dog bites me, I'm gonna move. I'm gonna try to protect myself. I'm gonna like react to being bit by a dog. Or was a dog just tugging at the person? Or is it biting? I don't know. But if it's biting, that could be a problem. Another problem is commanding someone to show their hands, and then when they're trying to show their hands, then now they get shot because they're trying to show their hands based on a command. You cannot command someone to do something and punish them for doing it, like someone reaching for their license or registration and then saying that you assume they're reaching for a gun when you just told them to get their license registration. Yeah, to immediately fall, and then on top of that, a dog comes to lax themselves onto you. So then from there, we have to say, okay, so now you say that they had to retrieve the gun and the gun was under him. So if it's under him, how did it get under him? So how did he go from being a threat to the police officers to being under him after he shot? So after he shot, then the gun is now under him instead of, a gun under someone can be a threat. Like, this is all, the way they're describing is, I think that the police chief is not describing it as he should be. For the gun to be under him, it doesn't make any sense.
The police was chasing him on the bike. That dog just attacked the guy. The police told him. The police said. Oh my God.
So the gun was supposed to be visible, and then the gun, I guess, was supposed to be pointed at someone. Then the gun is under him. The camera doesn't catch all of this gun activity, I guess. Well, the cameras that are out now. And So we will, I will, like I said, I'm waiting for more evidence. The police have to prove what they are saying, because right now what they're saying is not proven based on these videos. But again, we have to wait for more footage. Okay, I'm not a person that's going to make my, like, just say 100% that there's nothing without good footage. Okay, but what I can say is, based on the current footage, what the police are saying is not showing. Okay, so they need to actually show more footage so then people can examine that and see a different perspective, I guess. But as of now, it's not looking too great for the police. So he falls down on the ice. A dog is pulling at him or biting him or tugging at him, definitely jerking. There's a dog that's doing stuff to him, and even the officer says he's removing the dog. So he's removing the dog because the dog is doing something to him. He knows that. He actually admits that he has his right arm at least. And what we do see is we see him balled up. We see him kind of balled up. We don't see arms all stretched or anything like that, or his arms extended. I don't see any like outward arm movement.
The police told them. The police told the guy.
Okay, this is someone that's a resident or someone that's at the apartment complex. Let's listen to what they say.
Y'all people, this dude was riding a bike. The police was chasing him on a bike. That dog just attacked. He told them. The police said. Oh my God.
Yes, we need to see the coroner's report and autopsy report and see what the dog was doing and how many bite marks he has, if any, and things like that as far as what the dog was doing. Because you cannot be having a dog biting someone and expecting them to be still. You cannot be telling someone to show their hands and expecting them to be still. So we definitely got to see more police footage and surveillance.
The police told them. The police told the guy, stop moving, you gonna get shot. Stop moving, you gonna get shot. They just emptied the whole clip inside this man. After the dog was already tearing him up, the dog had him.
Like, I'm confused.
The dog was had him.
Y'all got blind cops on the job now? Like, you got blind cops on the job now, or what? No. Okay.
What the fuck? No. Oh my God.
Similar to all y'all need a mental evaluation on my mama. No.
I know, baby. I know. What the fuck? Oh my God.
Are you cuffing him and he's dead? Where's the ambulance? Are you serious? Are you serious? This how y'all was raised? Oh yeah, karma finna kill all y'all on my mama. Karma finna kill all of y'all. This how y'all was raised. It's your decision to make the world a better place, and this is not how you do it.
Oh my God, y'all. The police just shot this man. They told him, stop moving, you gonna get shot. This is after the dog was already attacking this man's head. The dog had the man's head. The dog had the man's head. And these police officers just shot this man. Oh, hell yeah.
But she's saying the dog had the man's hand.
He's dead. He was dead the first fucking shot. They can't move. Oh my God.
Now they trying to kill somebody.
Now how the fuck do my kids supposed to sleep with this shit?
Bro.
We heard him. We heard him coming in. I
Still no ambulance? Are you serious? Don't you think they should have been here before, like 10 of y'all? Like, what's going on?
Look. Oh my God. I'm sorry for the deceased family. I hate to have him on here like this, but y'all need to see what the fuck the police did. The police did that shit. The police did that shit.
I do not.
Shot that man. He said, okay.
For no reason.
He said, okay. They told him, stop moving. They told him, stop moving or you're going to get shot. This is after the dog was already biting him. The dog, the dog was already attacking him. He didn't have, if he wanted to move, if he wanted to move his head, he wasn't able to move in the first place because the dog was attacking him. Now they want to assess his wounds. Wow.
So here's the thing. People are not taking in consideration, well, the police are not really mentioning a lot about the K9 dog. They already admitted that they deployed the dog. So they have the answer to why they deployed the dog and why that dog was attacking him in that way. Like before they can even like question him or discuss anything, they had already deployed the dog and had the dog actually biting him or whatever the dog was doing, right? I'm assuming biting. And as far as resistance, that doesn't seem to be like a big struggle, like a big resistance. Like he's like, you see some people actually fighting the cop to where it's like really fighting. Hold on.
Wow.
Y'all don't even deserve to be touching him. Move. On my mama, y'all shouldn't. Ooh. Oh, you.
Yeah, I'm gonna say
you
this.
got the right to touch him.
I'm gonna say this.
Walk away from that man. You don't care if you make that guy in the fucking first place. Or you win a shot.
What, baby? Right, lay down. Come on. I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. Y'all even gotta see this shit.
Get the fuck out of here.
These people, like, we got kids out here. Y'all just shooting people. The man did nothing, y'all. That man didn't do nothing. I don't know what he did as far as the, and then what the reason why they was chasing him. But when they got that man down on the ground, the dog was already attacking him. The dog was attacking him viciously. They kept telling him to move. They kept telling him to move, or they was going to shoot him. And that's exactly, they told him to stop moving or they was going to shoot him. And that's exactly what the fuck they did. They shot that man.
Get the fucking stretching. Ooh.
Wow. Wow.
And you're going to go home proud of yourself tonight? Really?
Oh my God.
You're going to go home happy.
Like, we have kids in this.
And now me and my 6'3" and like younger kids and everybody else's children can't sleep because you couldn't take a second to think. Because you couldn't take a second longer to think. Really.
I'm sorry to the deceased. This that Eastern Loft Apartments.
Y'all all hear me. Oh, look at they getting mad now.
They keep trying to call me.
You can put specific ones on.
Oh no! I'm gonna go mad.
And then the officers that shot at him didn't even have on they didn't even have on the uniform. It's okay, baby. We safe, all right? It is Eastern. I'm in the back. So after he sat out here for 5 minutes, not moving, with no paramedics or nothing, now everybody want to work on him. I don't know who it is. He was riding his bike.
You don't think it been too long? At this point, get him the out the street like that. It's disrespectful. It's
I'm gonna save the video.
It's disrespectful.
We watched it from the time that the police pulled it to here. We watched it. They pulled it here, but they're chasing this man. He was on the bike. He was over there by the dumpster. They let the dog out on him. The dog was attacking him. The dog was attacking him. Yeah, they doing CPR, but shit, it's over. It's a wrap. It's been over 5 minutes before the ambulance even got here.
So the ambulance got there, she said about 5 minutes. It took a while for them to get there. And she believes he was already deceased, DOA already before the arrival. Probably stopped moving after the first shot. There was no need for 3 shots. So is this going to be a situation where they believe it's unreasonable use of force by an officer? That is the question.
Then I'm yelling. Now they want to start looking for the window because they don't like what I'm saying. I hope all their ancestors give them karma. I hope the whole world is honestly on my mama. Mommy,
but this, y'all should see how they did him so dirty.
Call me back when it's over. I'm finna sit down. It's I can't keep doing it.
Come in, baby. Y'all all right? Huh? They said what?
It was like they wanted us to open the door and say,
The police did? Okay, y'all. This guy was on a bike and he pulled into the eastern loft to the back. He got over by the dumpsters. They let the dog out on him. The dog started attacking him. The dog started attacking him. As he's on the ground and he's being attacked by the dog, the police officers told him, stop moving, you're going to get shot. And next thing you know, they shot that man multiple times. Yes, the police killed him. It's okay, baby, it's okay. Got my kids over here scared.
they were just trying to have us open the doors.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely a witness. And if I need to call down there tomorrow to let them know that I seen everything. Literally from the time that they pulled into this backyard, we heard the sirens. As soon as we heard them, we looked out the window and we saw them shoot that man for no reason. How do I make it public? I don't know how to do that. Y'all, I don't even be on Facebook like that. But I just had to show this shit because that was crazy. I'll save the video and I'll make it public when I get off.
As I said, we haven't processed all the video to share with you, but I did have forensics email us very quickly a image or two of the firearm as it lay on the scene.
So they're saying that this was the firearm that was at the scene of the incident, okay? And they're saying that this is his gun. Obviously, they'll be able to see if that's the case or not. Hold on.
It does appear to be a functioning handgun. So there were a lot of individuals. Obviously, there's a residential apartment building.
Wait, these say it doesn't appear to be a functioning handgun. Let me go back for 1 second. Hold on. The following photos were taken at the scene of the incident. The images are of the recovered firearm.
Two of a firearm as as it lay on the scene. Functioning handgun. So there were a lot of individuals. Obviously, there's a residential apartment building. I think it's maybe 5 stories. A lot of lights came on when this is going on. We certainly did. MSP did a very thorough.
So that's how it looks at the scene. What do you mean at the scene? Like, are you trying to say that that's exactly where it was photographed, or where it was landed, or is that how the apartment, you know, roads look like? Or what's happening here? Hold on.
Canvas is probably out there again today, but information for both Silent Observer. If you're not comfortable reaching out, you can reach out to them anonymously, but also Michigan State Police, who's conducting the investigation. If there's people out in the public that have more information, please reach out. So again, tragic incident. I am thankful that the officers were not hurt, but I know that there's a family that's hurt, that's gonna miss this young man. And at that, I will take any questions if anybody has one. Did you say where? 500 block of East. Oh, on the body?
Okay, well, they're saying that he didn't die immediately, so it was not a DOA. I guess, remember, the witnesses might assume something, but if he's taking an ambulance to the hospital records are going to still show that he was alive once he got to the hospital. Okay, so he wasn't DOA. I guess the person assumed, based on that he wasn't really moving anymore, that he was unalive or deceased. But again, death is determined by whether someone has a pulse or not. And, you know, so remember that we have to go by we will get the autopsy and coroner's report, right, to see his time of death. Okay, someone watching from their window will probably observe that he's not really moving anymore, but that doesn't mean that he was the DOA based on their eyewitness testimony. It means that he wasn't moving anymore after, you know, a shot was fired.
You know what? I don't know. I responded last night. I responded, both deputy chiefs, 3 captains were there, and I was there pretty quick, but he had already been transported to the hospital. So I'm not speaking from my own personal observations. What I do know from the radio traffic and the officers at the hospital, that hospital did, I'm told, a fantastic job doing everything they can to work on this individual. I believe that he went into surgery for injuries to his chest.
So they believe that he was shot in his chest. Obviously, injuries to the chest would be that's where the location. Some people believe that he was shot in the head, but they are reporting that he has injuries to his chest area. If someone is shot, has injuries in their chest, but I thought, would it be his back? Because I thought his back was facing that way. There are just too many things going on with this whole situation, okay? And so I guess they said the gun was under him, so they had to move him to get the gun.
Which leads me to believe he was likely not struck in his head, because generally if you have a head wound from a handgun that is fatal, it's pretty evident early on that it is fatal. So my understanding is some injuries to the torso.
So he has injuries to the torso area, but we need the autopsy and coroner to actually tell us where the actual shots were.
So I can confirm from listening to it and watching this video a lot more times, obviously, than you guys have it. So it's preliminary, but in my expert opinion, it looks like there were 3 shots fired by that police officer and 1 officer fired.
Yes, I heard boom, boom, and then it was like a slight delay, and then it was like another boom.
So That's obviously something that Michigan State Police will be asking. We have two officers that were on scene that were trying to initiate this stop. They have not been given their formal interview yet. That will obviously be very soon, within the next 24 or 48 hours. So anything I give you can just be from the radio traffic and from the information that the other officers know. I know that they had information, whether it was anonymous source.
Hold on. And what I will say is 3 shots at close range. Like 1 shot, then you can actually stop and see what's happening. Firing 2 more, that's someone that is scared and doesn't know what to do. I'm curious to know how long that officer had been with the force. Have they ever had anything like this happen before? What's their disciplinary record? Also, what is their what was their training like? It's a lot of questions as to why this person just fired 3 shots at close range, close up. Because this person wasn't like fighting. I've seen like suspects actually fight officers, like literally fighting them. In this case, Daquan is not actually fighting and like heavily resisting to where, and I don't even see a gun. So could there be another way to handle the situation besides 3 shots at close range?
So whether they saw the gun themselves, whatever it is, they were calling out on the radio that this individual they suspected of having a gun. And clearly then there's the other violations. He was, that video of the in-car camera, if we played it longer, he is obviously evading police for a very long time, refusing to stop for them, driving, on the sidewalks, trying to evade them. So there's certainly other legal reasons.
Okay, so clearly, let me go back one more time, my bad. They still have to give more explanation as to why he was pursued and stopped in the first place. Because in these types of situations, we still have to go from the very beginning. What led to him being stopped? And pursued.
So I'm not speaking from my own personal observations. What I do know from the radio traffic and the officers at the hospital, that they hospital did, I'm told, a fantastic job doing everything they can to work on this individual. I believe that he went into surgery for injuries to his chest, which leads me to believe he was likely not struck in his head, because generally if you have a head wound from a handgun that is fatal,
that's not always the case. That someone it's fatal when you're shot in the head with the handgun. So this person is speculating and guessing and assuming. So they don't even know. So based on this officer that he is to his torso, because he believes that head wound is fatal. So he doesn't really know where the shots were. So again, we can't take away from this video where the shots were officially. We need the autopsy, because this officer is just guessing at this point. Okay, hold on.
It's pretty evident early on that it is fatal. So my understanding is some injuries to the torso. So I can confirm from listening to it and watching this video a lot more times, obviously, than you guys have it. So it's preliminary, but in my expert opinion, it looks like there were 3 shots fired by that police officer and 1 officer fired.
And this incident started because there was a call of that man on the bike with a gun?
So that's obviously something that Michigan State Police will be asking. We have 2 officers that were on scene that were trying to initiate this stop. They have not been given their formal interview yet. That will obviously be very soon, within the next 24 or 48 hours. So anything I give you can just be from the radio traffic and from the information that the other officers know. I know that they had information, whether it was anonymous source or whether they saw the gun themselves, whatever it is, they were calling out on the radio that this individual be suspected of having a gun. And clearly then there's the other violations. He was
so it looks like y'all are on a slippery slope here on why he was actually stopped and approached anyway and confronted in the first place. So this is not looking good for y'all, to be honest, because I have not heard a legitimate reason or a good reason for why he was actually approached and stopped and pursued in the first place. I haven't. So I hope y'all have something in y'all's records for dispatch or whatever is going on in the background for why he was actually pursued. People have a thing where people are just, you know, pursuing people or stopping people, and they're not in the right to do so, to be stopping them. Like, you know, people could bring up probable cause and what's in plain sight and things like that, but y'all better get it together, because at this point it's not looking too good for a legitimate stop of someone.
That video of the in-car camera, if we played it longer, he is obviously evading police for a very long time, refusing to stop for them, driving, you know, on the sidewalks.
And yes, no one should be evading the police. However, we also need to go from the beginning as to why he was being pursued by police in the first place. For example, if I'm driving down the road and the police stop me, should I run away from the police and evade the police? No, I should not do that. However, the police also should not stop me for no reason or feel like they could just stop me because they feel like it. Or for no reason. There has to be a legitimate reason for why they're stopping me. So we have to go by two things. One, why was this person stopped? And two, yes, that person should not be fleeing and running and trying to get away from the police. But at the same time, police should not be stopping someone, illegally stopping someone either.
And to evade them. So there's certainly other legal reasons to stop that individual, but the radio traffic that we're familiar with said that he was suspected of having a gun, which obviously.
Okay, so there's legal reasons for why you stopped him, but you're not really naming all the legal reasons at this moment.
Why? It wasn't like a warrant stop. From what you can tell.
Oh, what stop?
Like outstanding warrant or anything. From what you can tell.
You know what? I don't know if he had a warrant. I know we're not identifying him at this time. I know he was on parole. I don't know if that plays into it. I don't know if parole had a hold on him or something. I know he had passed, obviously, arrests for weapons violations and things like that. But, you know, I can't assess.
So that's the thing that people are really focusing on, is that he does. I will go over the stuff that people are referring to and talking about as far as pending charges and records, because that's something that is going to be discussed. In this case, and in most cases, people are going to bring up someone's criminal record and history. However, nevertheless, we still have to keep in mind that even if someone does have a criminal record, that's separate from the actual arrest and what happens after that. So someone could be a criminal, even a mass shooter, but police still have to lawfully arrest the person. And if they unalive the person, it has to be reasonable force still. Again, there have been people that are mass shooters that have been unalived. I mean, that have been arrested without being unalived. There's ways to do so. Okay. So we have to make sure if this is a justifiable use of force. I'm going to play a video in just a second of this person that's really going to explain it as well. Hold on.
And what his motivation was, if he thought he had a warrant or if he knew that this would, obviously you're on parole for a gun, you're not legally allowed to carry a gun, so that could have been part of his fleeing, but I'm not aware that he had a warrant.
Describe, I know you kind of answered that question already, but like, what was the call initially to where you would want to stop this person?
Yeah, I would like to find out, and that's I'm sure going to be when the officers are in here either tomorrow morning or the next morning to get their full statement. They're going to describe it, but it doesn't seem to be a 911 call. It seems to be an officer-initiated call. So,
wait a minute. So this was not a 911 call of someone, a concerned citizen calling in something 911 or any other thing like a citizen. This is actually an officer-initiated call. So another officer initiated this to someone of some sort of suspicious activity. Wow. Help is on the way. So yeah, so officer initiated. So now y'all getting to the meat of it. So another officer initiated this whole stop of Daquan. Yikes. That's why y'all are on edge and stumbling, because you know now this is going to look like that he was, I wouldn't say profiled in a way, Well, profile could be one, but how do we know this isn't the officer that's familiar with him? How do we know that because he has previous arrests that this an officer could have already been suspicious of him? We don't know. But an officer initiated call to other officers to come out is not a good sign. Because now the officer that initiated this has some explaining to do as to why he felt that this Daquan should be stopped. And what was the probable cause, what was the reason, what was the suspicion as to why he would initiate this. So it's not, there's a lot more to this for sure.
They either observe this individual, giving indications that this individual is armed with a weapon, or like I said, it could be, you know, an anonymous complaint or things like that. We get that all the time. Maybe.
Anonymous complaint. Was it anonymous complaint or officer initiated? There's going to be two different things. Anonymous complaint is going to be from a citizen. Officer initiated exactly what it is. So you just said officer initiated. So officer initiated this based on some suspicion that he's going to have a gun. Well, unless you actually talk to the person, unless you know the person, how do you know the person isn't? I don't know Michigan's laws as far as people licensed to carry and things like that. If you see someone, how do you know he's not licensed to carry? I got to look up Michigan's laws. So now I'm curious as to who is the officer that initiated this whole situation, and what was their reasoning for why they initiated it. So there's more questions now. And how did this officer know Daquan was not a registered gun holder or someone licensed to carry or anything of that nature? I have to look up Michigan laws to see how that works, but an officer initiated call makes this more suspicious, to be honest, because now you have to explain why he was stopped and why this officer initiated this whole thing.
He was in some establishment and someone called. So I'm just not positive, and I won't be till, you know, the next 24 hours probably.
But why would you do a press conference without, number one, good police footage so everyone can see clearly what happened? Number two, why would you go public with this information and not even knowing how and why he was initially stopped and by whom? Isn't that personal information to go live with, or to? I would not go live publicly to do a press conference if I'm not even sure of what's going on myself.
Go ahead, Matt.
You said it was an officer initiated call?
That's right. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
We saw obviously two body camera videos, but there was obviously three officers. One that was from the car behind, and obviously the canine unit officer. But we also saw a third officer there who was over that man. Where was his body camera footage?
Like I said, not only was there a third body, if a third officer there, if we had played it for another 20 seconds, you would probably see 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. So obviously, officers, that pursuit on the bicycle lasted so long that there were a lot of officers that were headed in that direction. So by the time, you know, we sit down to review the incident, as I mentioned, the gun was recovered not by either the shooting officer or the other officer with him. It was by that 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th officers that approached. So there's probably 8, 10 officers on scene.
So the gun was recovered not by the two officers that were with Daquan, but by another officer that came to the scene later. So how do you know that the gun was under him then, if it was later recovered by someone else? And how do we know? See, now it's kind of like this. Where was the gun exactly located? Was it was it still at the same spot where it was supposed to be under him, or was it somewhere else? Because now, I hope y'all actually took pictures exactly where the gun was found, and not just some other type of photos for the gun. Because it wasn't recovered by the officers originally there. It was later by another officer, a different officer besides the other two that were by his body. Interesting.
In the next couple of minutes, those cameras obviously exist. I just didn't have time to get them to you by 4 o'clock.
In the video, you heard the officer say, "Stop reaching, man, you're going to get shot." Did he actually pull a gun on officers, we couldn't see that, so I'm wondering if you can give context.
Yep, and I couldn't see it obviously too because of that. So I'm just sharing you the information that I have, and that's the reason I included that third video officer or the other officer with him. It was by that third, fourth, fifth, sixth officers that then approached. So there's probably 8, 10 officers on scene in the next couple of minutes. Those cameras obviously exist. I just didn't have time but to get them to you by 4 o'clock.
In the video you heard the officers say, "Stop reaching, man, you're going to get shot." Did he actually pull a gun and point it at officers? We couldn't see that, so I'm wondering if you can give context.
Yep, and I couldn't see it obviously too because of that. So I'm just sharing you the information that I have, and that's the reason I included that third video because it was important because you can hear that back and forth. You can hear the one officer say, "Show me your hands, show me your hands." If you watch the
Okay, you can hear the officer say, "Show your hands, show your hands." So that means that the officer was commanding him to show his hands. If you command someone, you have to expect them to follow through and to follow your orders and show their hands. So you should expect the movement. Now, if you approach someone and they have allegedly are supposed to have a weapon, you're supposed to say, "Where's the weapon?" Where's the weapon? And then the person will tell you what the weapon is, and then you remove the weapon or you get to the weapon so the person doesn't have to reach for it. So you don't approach someone that you allege and suspect to have a weapon and then say, "Show your hands," because what? No, you're supposed to mention the weapon. Do you have a weapon on you? Do you have a weapon? Do you have drugs on you? Do you have this on you? And then the person says, "Where is it? Where is it?" And then you say, "Where is it?" And then from there, you are the one that will make sure that you safely remove it from the person and they stay still. But you don't command them, "Show your hands," when they're supposed to have a weapon, right? Because now when they raise their hands up to show their hands, you're going to go pew, pew, pew and start shooting the person and thinking they're trying to shoot you or comfort you with the gun. And you forgot you just said and commanded them to raise their hands or show their hands. That's why I'm wondering, like, the training for some of these officers as to why they're commanding people to do something and then and that's why people will tell people, "Hey, I have a gun in my glove box," because when I reach for my registration and my glove box, it's a gun in there and I'm licensed to carry. So that way, once they do that, the officer won't shoot them. But there are people that have to, some people have been alive at traffic stops for reaching for license, insurance, or registration after being told to get it.
I believe both videos, you can see that when he slips on ice after getting off his bike, he takes his right hand and he puts it in a way that would be awkward if you weren't taking something from your, either a gun or something else. So he was reaching for something. You hear the back and forth with the officers. The one officer's yelling, "Show me your hands, show me your hands." It's the other one that says, "He's got a gun, he's got a gun." He then says, "He's got his hand on a gun." He says, "Yes." The reason I included that final video is because I thought it was important. As you can see, you couldn't quite see the gun in that. You couldn't see the gun in that body-worn camera video that we showed. And it's very possible that one of the 4 surveillance cameras out there had that, and Michigan State Police already have it. But moments after that shooting, then that third video that you heard was the shooting officer saying, "I saw the barrel pointed right at me." So
the shooting officer says he saw the barrel pointed right at him, but where? He saw the one that shot the shooting officer that fired the rounds says that he saw the barrel pointed at him, but where? Where is it at? Where's his body worn camera footage? Because if he saw that, that should be on there.
That context, yeah.
So we see 2 officers over.
Like I said, not only was there a third body, a third officer there, if we had played it for another 20 seconds, you would probably see 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. So obviously, officers, that pursuit on the bicycle lasted so long that there were a lot of officers that were headed in that direction. So by the time we sit down to review the incident, as I mentioned, the gun was recovered not by either the shooting officer or the other officer with him. It was by that 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th officers that then approached. So there's probably 8, 10 officers on scene in the next couple of minutes. Those cameras obviously exist. I just didn't have time but to get them to you by 4 o'clock.
In the video you heard the officers say, "Stop reaching, man, you're going to get shot." Did he actually pull a gun and point it at officers? We couldn't see that, so I'm wondering if you could give context.
Yep, and I couldn't see it obviously too because of that.
So even the police chief can't see the gun. Like no one can see the gun. So how much police footage have you watched? How much have you observed? Because y'all got to really show proof of this whole gun being shown and pulled out, and even the witness from the window, she didn't mention anything about a gun being pulled. I would love to hear more from the witness about like every little single thing that she saw, because that's something that she should have saw. She said she saw the dog like with the Daquan's right hand or hand. So yeah, so y'all got to show way more police footage. So you're not even seeing any gun. So where is the gun?
I'm just sharing you the information that I have, and that's the reason I included that third video, because it was important, because you can hear that back and forth. You can hear the one officer say, "Show me your hands, show me your hands." If you watch the, I believe both videos, you can see that when he slips on ice after getting off his bike, he takes his right hand and he puts it in a way that would be awkward if you weren't taking something from your, either a gun or something else. So he was reaching for something. You hear the back and forth with the officers. The one officer's yelling, "Show me your hands, show me your hands." It's the other one that says, "He's got a gun, he's got a gun."
So right here, he says that he feels like when he was falling, that he was reaching for that he felt like he was reaching for a gun when he was falling. If someone is falling and they're about to fall and they're slipping and falling, why would they actually be reaching for something at that moment? When people are about to fall, they're trying to brace themselves for the fall, or they're trying to catch themselves from the fall or stop themselves from falling.
He then says, "He's got his hand on a gun." He says, "Yes." The reason I included that final video is because I thought it was important.
Yeah, it should have been when they first approach someone, when you first approach someone with a weapon, or you assume to have a weapon, you say, "Drop your weapon. Where is your weapon? Do you have a weapon on you? Do you have this?" You say things like that so you can disarm the person. You don't really like just do the things they've done, like deploy a dog to some armed person, and then you also say, "Show your hands to an armed person, allegedly armed person." That doesn't make any sense.
As you can see, you couldn't quite see the gun in that. I mean, you couldn't see the gun in that body-worn camera video that we showed. And it's very possible that one of the 4 surveillance cameras out there had that, and Michigan State Police already have it. But moments after that shooting, then that third video that you heard was the shooting officer saying, "I saw the barrel pointed right at me." So with that context, yeah.
So we see 2 officers over man. We don't see the second angle. Do you have that video?
We've got a lot of video, Matt. I just gave you what we could get together. I'm telling you, when I got there last night, there were probably 30. I think we had 33 people working last night, and so maybe 25 officers, including the command staff that show up. Probably 30 officers. So there's a ton of video. I'm literally, I tried to get it to you guys by 4 o'clock. We have 2.
He is stumbling all over. He's unsure of all this himself. Listen, this officer right here is unsure of what's happening. I feel like he feels like this is not good. He probably lost sleep, and he's like, "Yeah, this is not good. It's not looking good, and I'm not here to give a conclusion to any of this." Usually someone is really sure of their officers and sure that the right decisions were made, they would be more confident. He's all over the place. He's stammering. He's stuttering. He isn't confident. He's like, I don't. He's making sure that he's not like someone that's like siding or 100% with authority saying certain things. So he's definitely, worried about the outcome of this whole thing.
Detectives that are specially trained in video production, whatever. Both of them are off for one of them's at court, one of them's off on family leave. So this is a push for us, and the reason, maybe not as thorough, maybe not as many videos as we usually get you, but it was important. We discussed it this morning, so this is going to be a heavy lift for us.
This is unusual. So you usually give people more videos and body cam, but this time not as much. When this is important to give much more in an officer-involved shooting.
Guys, before the evening news, but then we were getting calls from people in the community saying, "Hey, whatever social media site is saying this, or saying that he emptied your officer emptied a clip to the back of this guy's head, that he was doing this, and all of it nonsense. We said, you know what, let's just get out what we can initially, and I think there'll very likely be more information coming shortly.
Can you describe how aid was rendered? From what we're hearing from neighbors is their concerns of he was dead and he was taken to the hospital. Can you explain a little bit about how your officers render aid in a situation like this?
Sure. So all of our officers are equipped with individual first aid kits, and that's not only for themselves. If they get shot, they'll have tourniquets, etc. I believe the injuries on this gentleman were for on the torso, so it wouldn't be appropriate to use a tourniquet in that situation. All our officers also have gauze pads, so to stop pressure, but they also have chest seals, which oftentimes if you're struck with a bullet and it punctures your lung, the best thing you can do is put a plastic chest seal over that wound, and it allows your lungs to continue functioning. In this case, if they determined that his heart had stopped, they would be doing CPR. I know that whatever they did, at least whether it extended his life, I don't know, but I know that his life was viable. He was transported, being treated.
So he was not dead, DOA, dead on arrival. He was actually still alive at the time of being transported to the hospital, and they were working on him at the hospital. Now, again, the main issue I'm seeing, well, not the main, well, one of the issues I'm seeing so far, a hurdle for them is to explain this officer-initiated call, because obviously Daquan did not call the police. A civilian did not call the police. There didn't seem to be anyone calling 911 to express some sort of emergency situation. They did not report that there was some sort of like bank robbery or some store robbery or some sort of crime in progress to where they were looking for a suspect that matched the description of Daquan. So there wasn't like a crime in motion or happening at that moment of so they were looking for someone that looked like him. So there didn't appear to be anyone calling dispatch or some sort of non-emergency, or even to report an emergency at all for some imminent threat to someone's safety or a danger that was being posed to anyone. And definitely not someone reporting any violent crime or any sort of threat by Daquan. So now we have to get to, where did this other officer see him to where there's some sort of officer initiated call to action to then lead to some sort of pursuit of Daquan to where he's evading. Should he evade and run? No, not at all. However, in this case, with this officer involved shooting, and they are approaching someone and they're going after someone that's armed, presumed to be armed, and it was an emergency situation, they have to explain why they treated it as an emergency situation and why they approached someone allegedly with a weapon in the way they did, with the in the pursuit that they did, with a dog biting the person or jerking at the person or whatever they did with the dog. Looks like was biting him. To now officer initiated, leading to some dog biting him and things like that. So if this was not an emergency, this is not something that was needing something impulsive or something immediate or something something that was not calculated. It was an emergency, so this is something that could have been more planning that went into it, more calculation, and even coordination with other people that are more trained to deal with someone that's armed and disarming a person. There was no need for this quick, what I will say is escalation. There was a quick escalation because the moment you deploy a dog that's going to start biting on someone, you're escalating, and you're not even sure. At that point, when a dog is biting at the person, you're not even sure they have a weapon yet. Y'all have not even seen a weapon yet before the dog is gnawing at him. Now, again, if it turns out the dog was not gnawing, the dog was definitely like doing something to him, that like a back and forth jerky motion the dog was doing, and before any weapons were seen. Remember, they were like, show your hands, but the dog was already after him. So why was someone getting bit by a dog or whatever by a dog before he even showed that he had a weapon? And why was he being in pursuit anyway without the officer initiated call? So you pretty much created a situation to where someone is now being bitten by a dog and feeling like they are being apprehended and stopped, and this officer initiated. So the police officers created this situation. If you think about it, created this situation to where now someone is unalived, and it could have been more thought out or planned out how they would do this and why they were doing it. They have a lot of explaining to do as far as this. Now this is still developing, so they still have surveillance and things they can probably release to explain this, but they have to start from the first domino, and the first domino that fell is, why was Daquan pursued in the first place, and why wasn't there more planning done for this non-emergency situation to go after him when it wasn't like a crime in progress situation or emergency or imminent danger situation. In fact, they created that sort of situation by what they have done. And then on top of that, he wasn't like immediately like facing towards them and pulling his gun out to fire it at them. He was evading them, they said, by sidewalk, by road, on a bike, trying to get away. And then he also tried to run away on foot, but he slipped and fell. So this is someone that was not pursuing the officers. This was someone trying to get away. So,
by EMS, taken to the hospital, and I don't believe it was pronounced till after 1 a.m. I think it was probably about 1 a.m. that I got the call that he had been pronounced. I know they were doing surgery on him, so clearly he was, the hospital, I think, did a great job. It's always tough to go in there. I didn't, one of the deputy chiefs was over there, but man, when if you haven't seen it, to see these OR teams in the emergency rooms try and save somebody's life, and when they finally do pronounce them, it's one of the most devastating you ever see. To the looks on the doctor.
Yeah, devastating. Now you have to explain why the dog was deployed before y'all even 100% confirmed he had a gun.
Doctors' faces and the nurses' faces, that
especially if the dog bit him before you found out that he had a gun or you realized anything.
I think this happened about 9:30. Picture, he probably got there, by 10, and then 3 solid hours of just working nonstop. They're sweaty, they're exhausted, emotionally drained, and then they have to go talk to family members. So I know I'm going a little off script there, but it's a very difficult thing to go through. So kudos to the men and women who work at our local hospitals who undertake that. I feel very fortunate to work with people like that.
So he died at the hospital while they were trying to save him. And again, a lot of times when there are fleeing suspects, they will, have a K9. So my thing isn't about having a K9 for a fleeing suspect, but my thing is he wasn't an actual suspect at the time when he was a probable, like it was probable cause or a suspicion, like he was under suspicion, and they still have to explain why they were stopping him in the first place. So a K9 was sent after him because he's someone, by bike and by foot trying to escape. And once he fell, then the K9 should have been pulled away, but the K9 was still lashed onto him after he fell, and then after the officer had him pinned a little bit his right arm. So why was the dog not moved away instantly? So that the K9 is definitely a problem.
As a point of clarification, was it you said 3 shots? Did those all result in chest wounds?
I don't know, and I won't know until Michigan. Actually, I probably won't know at all. So how I'm giving you information about the injuries is we did have 2 officers that escorted him to the hospital. and they helped facilitate and stayed at the hospital until relieved by Michigan State Police. And they just said, you know, they're opening up his chest, they're doing surgery on his chest. Everything was chest.
They keep on saying they did. So all he knows is that based on 2 officers that escorted him, Daquan, to the hospital, that they kept on saying they kept on doing procedures, operations, or surgeries on his chest. But that's not a coroner's report or autopsy. So we need the autopsy or coroner's report to really know where the gun injuries and the wounds are, entry wounds are. So here's the thing: before you actually stick the dog in him, stick him, and have him mauled him, whatever you try to do. You should have gave some commands, like clear instructions and commands before sending the dog, because a dog is a way of using some sort of force, because the dog is going to obviously bite or yank or pull or touch the person, assault the person, come in contact with that person's body, right? So there should have been some commands before the dog was sent out. You don't just send out a dog before issuing some sort of commands first.
Like that. I don't know whether he was hit once or 3 times. I know from watching it, in my opinion, there were 3 shots fired.
How long was that your officers chasing
Probably about 90 seconds, maybe. Yeah, it was long enough so that you could hear the sirens from coming out, and that's preliminary information. I didn't actually time it, but it was a significant amount of time he was riding. Yes, sir.
90 seconds is not a significant amount of time of being in pursuit. You know how fast 90 seconds goes by?
The officer said he pointed the gun at him. And where was that? Just before the shots were fired. Do you know what he was referring to?
No, I don't. So you can hear the back and forth as the 2 officers are talking together while they're struggling on the ground. So come to your own conclusions about that. It was, within just seconds after the shooting that second clip. But obviously that would be a good question for the officer. Hey, where were you when obviously I'm sure he was down on the ground as they both were, but at what point in time did that happen? I don't know. Yeah, that would be a good question.
Sorry if this was already answered and I missed it. I know not identifying anyone involved in the situation, but are you able to say how long these officers have been working with him?
Well, say like the K-9 officer, who's the one that most of the cameras, you don't become a K-9 officer here overnight, so he had to do his time. I think both of them have over 5 years on. I'm familiar with both of them. I was able to when I saw them last night, easily say I know who these officers are. So they're not brand new. We have a lot of officers in training right now. So that's always the potential, but it wasn't the case last night.
I know the family had described to me that they were quite upset that they weren't allowed to see their loved one at the hospital. They said officers kept them out of seeing them. Explain to me why that would be a situation.
Well, we don't run security at the hospital, but I'll just roll with you for hypothetical. We are often called to hospitals, both here and my last jurisdiction was a very common occurrence. A situation like that, you get such passion, such emotion when a loved one dies of natural causes. So when police involvement, when there's questions, when there's unanswered questions, when there's rumors going around on the street, you get 20 family members. If Eric Winstrom shows up deceased at a hospital, they're going to want answers. There's going to be a lot of passion. Well, that hospital, that ER still has to operate. There's still people coming in with serious injuries all the time, and they need to be able to do that in a safe manner. So if the size gets to a point where hospital security can't handle it, they'll call the Grand Rapids Police Department and say, can you help? We can't operate our hospital. We can't risk people running in the back. We have work to do. As I mentioned, it was till 1 a.m. they were working on this young man, and I believe I heard over the radio probably 11 or 11:30 that requests were made for officers to respond to the hospital. So it's just the hospital recognizing that where the rest of the world doesn't stop with one serious incident like that. But as I said, they have their own security. We certainly like to help them out if needed. Oh yeah, I'm sure both officers had tasers. Well, that's a good question, because you can see taser's an excellent, less lethal option. And in this case, the less lethal option chosen was a canine, and it would be more appropriate in this case because you could see he was running. Usually the canines can outrun an individual. So in my experience, in a similar situation, if I was an officer and had access to a canine, that would be my choice of less lethal option, because that would be used to capture this individual. And now they thought that the individual had a gun. It would not be appropriate to then approach with a taser unless you were certain that he didn't have a real gun, or that it was.
Okay, well, the whole point of a taser is that once he's already slipped and fell, he's down on the ground, there is the canine there gnawing at him or jerking at him or whatever. He's obviously someone that you can now tase to get under control. You don't have to go to the extreme of, using a weapon, okay? So that's what people are trying to point out, is that once you were at the point where you felt like you had to shoot him, why not actually just tase him?
Wasn't actually a gun. So it's a great tool. The new tasers that the city has given us, they have a range of up to 40 feet. If the individual's wearing a winter coat or something like that, it can make it less effective. But in this case, they went for a less lethal option with the canine. I think it was something that in a similar situation, it's something that I would do. But all those sort of factors of why did you do this, those are the sort of questions that they will be asked.
Chase policy. What is the chase policy?
Well, we don't have it, obviously the pursuit policy for motorcycles, for vehicles.
He is so nervous. Listen, it's too late. And the fact that you're this nervous and you're not as confident, police chief and police, when they are confident about what they've done and their department has done, they move with confidence. They show confidence. They display confidence. They display certainty about the situation, and he's not given that that he believes that this was carried out in the way it should be. At the same time, he knows the people, he knows the officers. These are people he might even associate with, to hang out with, and obviously that's why it now has to be handled by the state police. And I'm not saying that even the state police sometimes cannot be associated with certain people, obviously, but that's a separate agency to where this can be investigated and looked into. And based on what I'm seeing so far, I feel as if they can prove that there was some sort of weapon being shown and there was some sort of reasonable fear, that they will try to justify it. However, they can't explain why they were in pursuit of him in the first place, and they cannot really show proof that there was some sort of weapon pulled or some imminent threat. And to justify this deadly use of force, then that officer is cooked. Shout out to Kiva, come get this commentary. Happy 51 month anniversary. Y'all, something yes. Day one. Make sure y'all subscribe to her channel. Y'all, something yes. Shout out to Kiva. Also, shout out to Kiva. Thank you so much for the fan funding. Again, shout out to you for the fan funding. I appreciate the support. Shout out to Worldwide Collaborations as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for being a member. Y'all, something yes. And also shout out to for renewing your membership. Shout out to Auntie Mickey. Make sure y'all subscribe and check out her channel, Auntie Mickey. And I appreciate the fan funding. She says, this looks super sus. Exactly. Now, I will get into some more things as well, because I want to be clear on my stance. In my opinion of this whole thing, it's just based on what I see so far. My opinion could change and can change at any moment that the evidence changes, okay? I only go by what's in front of me. Even the police officer right here speaking at this press conference stated that he did not see any footage as of yet of an actual gun or seeing a gun. He has only heard the officers mention, and one officer saying, oh, he has a gun, but no one has seen the gun in the footage yet. Okay. And there have been times where people have reached for a cell phone and people assumed that it was a gun. People have been reaching for a registration or insurance. People assume that they're reaching for a gun. And then there is look at what time it was and the quality, it looks like it was kind of getting dark there, right? So who knows what the other officer saw, because there was two officers. One was saying, oh, I see a gun, and and the other one says a barrel facing him, so we have to see actual evidence of a gun being shown. Okay. And I'm hoping that the apartment complex has great security cameras or surveillance, and they're going to capture it at a great angle to see every single movement, every single thing. But to be honest, we got to look at this footage and see if I see any cameras at that apartment complex and where they might be possibly located.
Vehicles exists all over because you don't want to introduce a 2,000-pound rocket going down the street at 100 miles an hour. You could take out innocent people. In this case, officers, shouldn't act recklessly, but it's pretty safe to chase someone on a bicycle.
Thank you. Thanks everybody for coming.
Okay. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
Okay, let's look at this really quickly.
And then I'm going to grab the thing, he on his stomach, both hands behind his back. He's not. Oh my God.
Oh my God. Oh man. Crazy the police.
So now let's go ahead and look at what what Daquan Johnson's mother has to say about the situation. Okay, so let's see his mother's. I'm going to take you to his mother's Facebook and see what she has been saying since she found out about her son being unalived by the Grand Rapids Police Department. Okay, so let's go to her page. I showed his child's mother's page, but let me show the mother's page. Just a second. Okay, wait 1 second. Okay, that's the other Facebook page. And so a number of his by the way, there have been marches as well and protests, should I say. Okay, this is the mother's page right here. Angelica.
We're continuing to follow the investigation into a deadly officer-involved shooting in Grand Rapids.
Even with all of the video that's been released so far, there are still questions surrounding the shooting of Daquan Johnson. One of the biggest was the use of deadly force justified.
13 Your Side's Micah Cho spoke with an expert from Cooley Law School about the videos released so far. He joins us now live. Micah.
Yeah, Lewis Langham told me that investigators are going to have to ask the question, would a reasonable officer have felt justified using their firearm in this exact situation.
The question becomes, would a reasonable police officer would have or could have acted in the same way that these officers acted? And if that answer is yes, then we kind of know how the situation is going to resolve itself.
Professor Emeritus Louis Langham of Cooley Law School is weighing in on the videos released so far in the officer-involved shooting of Daquan Johnson. Grand Rapids Police Chief Eric Windstrom released 3 videos Thursday afternoon. In the video, you can see a police canine with a hold on Johnson before you can hear an officer say he has a gun. Langham says that's something Michigan State Police investigators will look at when determining if deadly use of force was needed.
You don't have to wait until the weapon is literally pointed at you, that's for sure. The question becomes, was the individual reaching for the weapon? Or was the weapon in that person's hand? That's a big difference than if the weapon was near his shoe or his foot.
In 2022, after the officer-involved shooting of Patrick...
Here's my thing. If you are approaching someone that is deemed to be armed and has been reported to be armed, you are already approaching someone that you know has a weapon. And at that time, you don't know where the weapon is in their hand. They have the, in their holster. You don't know exactly where they have it. That's why you're supposed to approach and then command them to drop the weapon or ask them, do they have a weapon? If they do, drop your weapon, etc. There was no command about anything about the weapon. And instead, there was a command to show your hands, And to show your hands, someone will have to make movements or to reach out or raise their hands or extend their arms or make movements to show their hands because you're commanding it. So then once they make any moves or sudden moves, you can become scared because now if they do have a weapon, let's say already in their hand, then now you're actually gonna see the weapon. You're like, oh, they have a weapon in their hand. Like, what? You're approaching someone that an officer initiated call of someone with a weapon, right? So you should already be expecting a weapon. So I would assume that once you are approaching Daquan, your first response, since you were told he has a weapon already, is for him to drop a weapon, show a weapon, ask him, does he have a weapon? You can't immediately show your hands, and then now you see the weapon that you were already informed that he's supposed to have, and then say, oh, he has a weapon in his hands, and then like, what? So this is not really making any sense. Where are the instructions for approaching someone with a weapon, an armed suspect with a weapon, and then commanding them to do something with that weapon so you can disarm them? The first commands, let me say this, should have been to disarm him of any weapons.
Leoya, GRPD updated their deadly use of force policy. Some of those changes include require a warning before the use of deadly force, use deadly force only when necessary to do so, and de-escalation and the opportunity to voluntarily comply is required. With more videos yet to be released, Langham says investigators have a lot to review in the coming weeks.
All these things are going to be looked at, and that includes Mr. Johnson's history with any weapons, if there were any, or any assaultive contacts or conduct on his part, and whether or not the officers themselves have any unnecessary baggage.
Family of Daquan Johnson told us that at 6 o'clock, they will be holding a press conference to release new information, and we plan on being there. For now, live in Grand Rapids, I'm Mike at Show for 13 on your side.
Okay, so let's go to his mother's Facebook page really quickly and see what she had to say about this since her son was on a live by police. She said, let's see what date this was. On February 18th, she said, the police just shot my son. Someone please let me know if he's okay. They say he's not moving. So this is when she first found out. February 18th. And then she says, February 18th, she says, so the police just shot and killed my son. I'm so fucked up right now. So I guess at that time, she later found that he was no longer here. At first, she thought if he was still moving. And then the next post, she's like, oh my gosh, I'm so fucked up right now. He's actually unalived. And then she says, she posts her Cash App and she says, need help with the flight home. My son did not make it. Please, anything will help. Do not send no other Cash App. I appreciate you all. So it looks like she gathered up enough money for a flight home. And then once she collected enough money, she said, do not send no more money, because I guess she was saying, don't send no more. She has enough now. And she updated that post. And by the way, it looks like she has her birthday on her page as 1979, okay? She says, thank you for all your support and things like that on that post. She says, let's see, on February 19th, she said, I'm so numb. This is a dream. My son died in surgery. So he actually did not die like DOA. He wasn't dead on arrival. He was taken to the hospital. Even the police said that. And he died in surgery. They were trying to, I guess, save him in emergency room. So February 19th, she says, when I get off this plane, I'm going to wake up from this nightmare. This is not real. So obviously she's in a stage of denial, the grieving stage of denial, where people deny or try to, they're in a state of disbelief. They deny that this is a reality and that is even true, or a reality that their loved one has actually passed. And then let me be clear, she made a video on the February 19th, and I don't know what the video says. Again, this is a live reaction to this.
Let me be clear to whoever left a nasty comment, because my friend posted that I need help for a flight home because my son was murdered by the police. I pray you don't have any kids, and I pray nothing ever happens to them. What you don't got to worry about is I didn't beg anybody for nothing. Nobody had to send anything. My friend made that post because people kept calling, saying what you need, what's your Cash App, what's your Zelle, and then they had excuses. So she was politely letting people know that if they wanted to help, they could, but if they don't, that's fine too. Because God gonna bless me. You better know that. But if you got something nasty to say, I would appreciate it if you stay off my page. Okay? No, I'm not starting to GoFundMe. I'm not asking anybody for anything. My friend posted that on my page for me. So keep your nasty and negative comments to yourself. And I can only pray that God cover your kids every night and day. Because this one right here, I wouldn't wish this on none of y'all. And I would never, ever leave a nasty comment. If I didn't like what the post was, I would keep it moving. Don't nobody got to do nothing for me and mine. I'm not even having a service. I'm going to get my baby. I'm going to cremate him, and I'm bringing him back home with me.
So of course, this is always to be expected that as soon as someone puts their Cash App up or any sort of GoFundMe, people are going to say they're clout chasing, they're scamming, and why are they collecting money, etc. So that's to be expected. Okay. So what I want to say is, so as I was saying before, when police approach someone, they're supposed to give a command, and they're supposed to raise their voice and use a assertive tone in that command to kind of get the suspect or the person, the individual, to cooperate. And it's supposed to kind of like stop that person in their tracks to So they're supposed to issue this verbal command to stop them in their tracks and to get them to cooperate and respond based on that verbal command. Kind of like if your mother is upset with you and you're in trouble, and she uses that tone, that a voice, so like, oh, she's serious. So they're supposed to use that sort of command. So when they knew and they were an officer initiated call for them to come out there, they should have used some sort of verbal command instantly to do you have a weapon? And then if there's a yes or anything else, drop your weapon, hands up, don't reach or certain things like that. But I wouldn't say hands up with the gun, because if you notice someone has a gun, as soon as they raise their hand, you might get suspicious, think they're reaching because you're on the edge of your seat. So I would say drop the weapon. Do you have a weapon? Anything about a weapon to get them to try to disarm the weapon. Okay, but instead they actually just sent the K9 after him. They ran up to him. Then they did things that escalated the situation instead of de-escalating. And they did things while they did not actually check it to see if he was really armed or not. Because remember, they were called out under suspicion that he was armed, but they didn't have proof that he was armed themselves. So they should have assessed the situation themselves before they made a move. So it was very, this was not really organized or strategic.
And to those of y'all that helped me to get that ticket at the last minute, I appreciate y'all so much. Real talk. And for those of y'all that genuinely send in love and concern and care, thank you. My son was a good kid. He had his days and his ways, but if you knew him, you knew he had a good heart. And they shot my baby down like a dog. After they let the dogs maul him, he was already on the ground being held down by police dogs. And they unloaded the clip on my son. It ain't enough money. That's what y'all don't understand. I don't give a fuck about no money. I want my motherfucking baby back. And it ain't $1 in this world. I can't enjoy enough of that bitch ass money without my son being here. Everybody be quick to say money, money, money. My kids made me happy. My son made me happy. It ain't enough money in the world. His name is Daquan Johnson.
How are you?
AKA DQ. But I pray to whoever made that comment, I pray you never be sitting in my shoes and your child be gunned down by the police like a straight up dog.
So let me get to the part of live where some people dislike, but we have to actually, I actually brace my audience and let my audience know everything that's going on. That includes the good and the bad, okay? So when she says she's getting certain negative feedback, it's because people are at home. Even the video we just watched, where they explain that people are going to focus on his criminal record. So I know some people hate that people talk about people's criminal record after this sort of incident, but even in the press conference, they mentioned it. So I'm not going to gloss over or skate over. I report objectively as far as making sure that everyone has all the information they need to make a proper conclusion. Okay. And so with that being said, throughout this time when they are discussing the Daquan case, you're going to hear about how Daquan is someone that has, there are going to be family cases like as far as child support and things like that. But even his child's mother made a post about how she has to tell her children about the father no longer being here. So you're gonna hear people talk about child support and enforcement of that. That's one thing that's going to be possibly discussed. But zero relevance to whether or not this was a deadly use of force or unreasonable use of force or unjustified unaliving. Okay, excessive use of force by the police officer, or should I say deadly force, because he's unalive. Child support has nothing to do with unlawful use of force, okay? Unreasonable use of force. Another thing people are going to talk about is how he did serve time before for, you know, such things as drug distribution, drug charges. And again, I will keep on repeating myself. The fact that someone has a past drug charge or offenses does not automatically mean that they're a threat at that moment in time, slipping and falling on ice, that they're a threat because of their past deviant behavior or criminal behavior to justify the current action. Okay, if you stole bubblegum yesterday, it doesn't mean today someone can shoot you because you can say you're a thief for no reason. Okay, you have to separate someone's past from the current incident. Okay, even if some people are going around saying he's a felon. So yes, he did have a charge, you know, for felonious assault charge, and even convicted felon or not, the police can't go around unaliving people just because they're a felon. There's a thing like a stigma for felons in society, right? And you're a convicted felon, you're a convicted felon. So, okay, there are different reasons for someone to be a felon. Some are heinous crimes and some are actually other crimes. And I'm not justifying it. What I'm saying is, if someone is a convicted felon, that doesn't mean that tomorrow the police can unalive that person for no reason. And people could say, oh, well, that person is a bad person, they're a felon. And so that justified their unlawful unaliving or unreasonable use of force for the police to shoot them 3 times because they are a felon. So you have to make sure that you're actually making sense when you're making these posts on social media, to where you separate someone's past actions from their current actions. Someone can be a felon, but then they could be pulled over, and that could be, and they could be reaching for their registration, for their car insurance, or their car insurance, and then the police can shoot them. And people say, well, they're a felon, they have a pending charge, they have a weapon charge, they have this and they have that, they're a prostitute, they're a criminal. And at that moment, when they were just, you know, pulled over, they were not doing that crime. That was something in the past. So you have to go by that current event. So I know how to separate someone's past or their previous crimes or incidents from what's currently happening. Now, I'm not saying that he didn't, you know, do anything with the gun, because how do I'm not, like, what I can say is in the videos that have been released, I'm not seeing a gun. The police officer that just did the press conference is not seeing a gun. No one has shown any video footage of a gun yet. So again, if someone releases police footage and there's a gun, I will go live and say, hey, there's new police footage from a different angle. There's surveillance footage that now shows that he was aiming a gun, had his hands on a gun, or there was some sort of gun to where there was imminent threat and there was now a need for deadly force. And right now, I'm telling you, no one has shown a gun yet. So now that a gun was pointed, should I say, not showing one, they showed some, they said another officer arrived and another officer, you know, turned in it to evidence, a gun. So until I see actual police footage or footage, then I cannot come to a conclusion that Daquan did, you know, aim the gun. Some people are coming to this conclusion, but they have not shown a gun. So if you have footage and proof, then send it to me that where you're seeing a gun, because even the police officer that did the press conference didn't see a gun, that he was holding a gun or firing a gun or aiming a gun, or there was a display of a gun, or a gun was seen in that police footage that he released himself. So did he have a violent past? I also see that at 18, there was something about a domestic violence. And that's going to be brought up and people are going to be mentioning that that was something that he pled not guilty, and the charges, they decided not to prosecute or continue on with it. That could have been because the victim wasn't participating. I don't know the details of that, but I'm sure people will bring that up. That he was 18 when that happened. And still, even then, that's still not going to justify the current actions. If there is no justifiable use of force, if it was excessive, it's still not going to excuse that. Somebody can have a domestic violence charge at 18, and that doesn't mean that when they're 32 years old that they can be, unalive by police without there being justification for it. So we need to separate people's crimes from the current incident. Okay, that's all I'm saying. So that does not prove that on the night he died that he pointed a gun at officers. We need current evidence of what he currently did to justify the current actions. We cannot use the past to justify current actions or future actions. Okay, but I do want everyone to be aware of what this case is about. Okay, and some charges he had were dismissed. And there was a charge he had before that was he was convicted, but it was later reduced once he had some sort of plea deal. And there's an open case right now to where he has an open case as of 2026 for possession of a firearm by a felon. So he does have an open case, okay? That has not been closed out yet. So now you have an understanding of why there are some people online and they are saying this about Daquan, and they are using his past to kind of justify the current actions that have been done by the police. Okay, so everything is still unfolding and developing. Okay. Ultimately, you can be have a felony and still be unlawfully killed. Is my point. You still have rights as a person. Okay. So, anyways, let's listen to a few more videos by the mother, and then I'm going to close out this live, and then from here we will see what all is going to be put out by the police. And again, I know some people want my final answer on this, and I'm saying that I don't know the final conclusion and final answers until I get number one, autopsy, coroner's office reports. Also, I need more footage. They said they have a lot of camera footage from a lot of people, and I want to see more of it. I'm not going to pretend like this is the best quality and the best angles and the best everything to make my decision as to what I 100% believe about this case. I'm not going to be irresponsible with my platform in that way. However, what I will say is that there's a lot of questions that need to be answered. There's a lot of suspicious things that have happened. I do believe that this was unnecessary, unreasonable use of force, even with the footage I've just seen. I do believe that this was mishandled and that the officers were not doing what they were supposed to do as far as what police officers were supposed to do about announcing themselves and making verbal commands, and especially when they perceive or believe that someone is already armed, and to disarming that person. So they did not carry this out. I believe it's highly suspicious to have an officer initiated call. In the first place, this was not a civilian call, a 911, a crime in progress, any of that to where this would be initiated. This looks like some sort of officer initiated call to where this could be a profile situation. We don't know. So I'm definitely suspicious about how this all started. And it looks like even the officer that did the press conference, he's not 100% sure about even how this all initiated. He's making up stuff about like, oh, well, he was evading. Okay, evading is the second thing. But what is he evading from besides officers pursuing him? But now I need to understand first. We need to understand first why were officers pursuing him in the first place. So, yeah, hold on.
And pray for me. Because this one right here, I don't know if I'm gonna come back from this one. Y'all have a good one. As always, I love each and every one of y'all. Not with my love, but with the Lord's love. I'm showing up at my normal time, just under different circumstances. Y'all be blessed.
Well, they already established that the person that that it was the officer that initiated the whole thing. And that makes it more worse for them because now it's evidence that they have a lot of time to plan how they would execute this whole apprehension or stop that they were doing. It wasn't a lawful stop or not. We have to start from the beginning.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Facebookers, onlookers, friends, family, and even phone. As hard as it is today, I'm still showing up. I'm here. I'm present. I want to thank all of y'all that have been helping me. The ones who helped me book my flight. The ones who have been helping me try to get my son a good home going before I cremate him and take him home. Thank you. I want to thank everybody from my city that showed out for me yesterday, that showed up for me. The hardest thing to do this morning was to wake up after watching a video of the police actually execute my son. They shot my son while they were holding his hands behind his back. Oh, Lord Jesus. The only thing going through my mind is what his last moments were like. Was he scared? No mother should ever have to find out that her child was unjustly shot. They showed clips where they sped it up like he was on a high-speed bike chase. I'm tired. My son was a good kid. He was being targeted just like so many other black kids. But because the news is so accurate, we believe it. Say. We believe it. The news reported all day yesterday that my son was this and my son was that. And my son was this and my son was that. Until 6:30 last night when we all watched my baby being executed. My video footage that they didn't even know that we had. They want to show their police cam. You show the officer with a gun. You didn't show the rest of it. But we got a different angle of what they showed. Yeah, they showed the body cam. But what we got, my son was laying on his stomach.
Dogs was at his head.
And if y'all can justify this, I've never, at what day have police dogs not been capable of stopping people? But this day, I'm watching the video. My son is laying on his stomach. A dog is mowing at his head while the officer stands over his back, straddled with my son's hands behind his back. In his hand, he moves the dog out the way, reaches for his gun while still holding my son. It's another officer holding him down as well. Reaches for his gun, shoots the first time. My son looked up confused, y'all.
So there is more footage besides these. I need to look for more angles as well. Okay, let me actually slow this video. I'm gonna zoom in and slow this video down real quick. Hold on.
And then they proceeded to shoot him 4 more times. The coroner told me he was only shot twice. Who checks behind the coroner? That works for the police department.
Okay, so she said that she spoke to the coroner already, and the coroner said twice. I heard 3, like a pew pew. I heard boom boom boom. I heard 3, but baby 1 didn't actually hit him. Like, I don't know. But the coroner is saying twice there's 2 bullet wounds or 2 entry wounds. So she's not really trusting the coroner's report. But I only heard at least 3. And then now they're saying, I guess, 2 hit him, I guess. But why would someone miss it at close range?
Police, they reach out to anybody else. The same commissioner here reaches out to every other family involved in the police.
Yes, I would say starting from the beginning, they did find a weapon. They said it was under him, but an officer that came after the other 2 officers found the weapon or got the weapon or retrieved the weapon or collected the weapon. And then there's more footage from the apartment complex has their own surveillance, but it has not been released to the public. They also have other officers, but I don't think those officers were there at the time of the shooting, but they arrived later. I don't know. But they do have more footage that's supposed to be coming out. Supposed to be
shooting,
and they still have yet to.
But they still haven't called me.
But that's all right. We're not looking for that. We're looking for justice for Daquan.
I just want to show somebody out here. Show up. Get up and show up. I'm not showing up for me today. I'm showing up for my son, and I can be honest about that. But guess what? Snot, tears, pain, everything. I'm gonna get up today and I'm gonna go show up, and justice is gonna be served for my son. No mother should ever have to watch their child being executed on video. Are the same people that's supposed to trust, protect us. Oh God. I want to take the time to thank all of y'all for your prayers and your condolences. There's so many things going on and so much in my inbox that I don't have time to stop and personally thank anyone. So to each and every one of you who are supporting me, the kind words of encouragement, the words of condolences, thank y'all. It goes a long way right now. I just wanted to log on here like I always do and show y'all. No matter what, like,
hey, thank God y'all.
No matter what y'all going through in life, get up and show up. Gotta meet with a bunch of civil rights leaders and things. I don't feel like I'm strong enough to do this, y'all. I'm not doing this. I don't have the strength, but the God in me. Because no, God won't put more on your spiritual man than you can handle. Your worldly man may break. I'm not operating right now. Thank you. I'm not operating my strength right now. My son was loved. This city loved my son. So many people he impacted. He showed up when they didn't have anybody. He showed out. But they want to make my son see, so what? He was on parole. That is not a reason to shoot somebody. And I'm sorry, y'all, but y'all need to know my truth. Not their truth. My truth. And the truth is, my son wasn't doing nothing. They shot him. Wow. Oh, not only did they shoot him, after they shot him and he became lifeless, they let the dog go back to attacking my son's face. They still ain't let me see my son. It's a whole nother day.
It's like a modern day Emmett Till around here.
Did they Emmett Till my baby?
So she's saying that after they shot her son, that the dog continued to bite her son. And we have to keep in mind that the dog, even put the thumbnail with the dog in my thumbnail, if a German Shepherd or a K9 dog bites you, or any dog bites you, that can be, especially aggressively and jerky, you're going to try to, your natural instinct is to reach for the bite area or to get the dog off you or get the dog off you or to react or do some sort of movements. Some of those movements are going to be voluntary movements, and some are going to be knee-jerk or involuntary movements. We're going to react to someone. Like, think about when you flinch or when you hit yourself and you're like, ouch, and you just do something. There's going to be movement. So there's a lot going on with this whole thing to where this all has to be investigated. So I want to know what the coroner has to say about any dog bites or gnawing or anything with the dog, any sort of injuries for the dog, right?
What do you mean?
Is half his face missing?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? They wrong for that.
So, if you know me,
Ooh,
yeah, and so you know they executed him. All I can see is after the first shot, my baby looking up at them confused, like, why the fuck are y'all shooting me?
And also, we need to see the actual coroner report and the autopsy and other evidence as well, okay? We need to see, we have to wait for these official reports to come out, okay? And I know some people don't trust official reports. However, a lot of times, once all the evidence is put out, including surveillance, it will all make sense. And yeah, go on.
Y'all already got me. Y'all got me down. Y'all got me down. And then I sat there and listened to them for 4 rounds into my son while he was on his stomach with his hands behind his back. And I'm going to continue to reiterate that.
Because the narrative
that they want to spin
until after they executed him
is that
they went in his belongings.
He had a firearm.
So now the narrative they want to give you is he's a felon with a firearm. But you didn't know that prior to you executing that boy.
They had been following my son all that day. Not only I knew it, people at a gas station that he frequent, they knew it. My son had more information than they want him to carry.
So that would make more sense as to why this is an officer-initiated situation. Yeah, they have already been telling him. He has a pending case, and maybe they already had tell on him, and they had already been following him for some other reason, and that's probably why they're not really giving that many details. Again, this is a developing case, so we don't know. If people have already been investigating him and there's some sort of detail on him, that could explain officer initiated. Okay. I'm not saying there's some sort of undercover operation, but there has to. That's why I keep on telling y'all and bringing it back to, if it's officer initiated, we have to go to the first domino as to what officer initiated and why, and how did this officer know about Daquan, and that does the officer know about his criminal history and his past, and why was he on Daquan, and where did he see him at? That's why I keep on saying I have to go back to that square one, and that part is not making sense, and they're not really explaining it, but I'm sure it will come out later. Officer initiated means some officer had to be in contact to initiate that and set this in motion. Was there an undercover investigation going on? Was he under some sort of a cop detailing him and watching him? And then that officer is the one that reported it. I wouldn't say a sting operation or anything like that, but I feel like there's more to this story as far as why is officer initiated and not a civilian or anonymous call or anything like that initiated, it looks like.
Be careful. Anyhow, I just logged on here because I'm showing up. Despite everything that's going on in my life, somebody may be struggling. And they may think that they're going through something right now. And maybe I can encourage them to get up and show up. But again, I want to say thank you to everyone who has showed me support for the Cash Apps. They're going to go towards me giving him a very good homegoing.
Hold on a second. I'm just hoping for better angles of this, and also maybe surveillance from the actual apartment complex. And also, it doesn't seem like he's even resisting, I've seen people resist and fight off officers, like resisting arrest, and it's not like this. This doesn't even seem like much of a struggle or like much of a fight. And in those cases, it's usually two officers who has to try to help restrain the person or keep the person down. In this case, it doesn't look like it was that much of a struggle, to be honest. Hold on.
This is Browns. Get off the thing. Hello?
Maybe I get to see my son today. I'm about to find out if I want to go.
Time works for you guys. We'll be there.
Oh. Finally gonna go see funeral home, just talk.
Oh my God.
I don't think I'm ready, y'all. But if I don't show up for him, who will? Hey, Nick, hey, all of y'all. I gotta go. They just called. I finally go get to see my son.
Oh God.
But after knowing he's been shot in the head,
Oh my Jesus.
I don't know if that's something I want to see. The video was bad enough, but I gotta say goodbye to my baby.
See, that one officer doing a press conference was saying that he was shot in the torso area, chest area. But how can it be the chest when torso? Yeah, okay. How can it be the chest if it looks like he was shooting him from behind, unless he was on the side of him, shooting him in the stomach? But it looks like, wouldn't it be through the back? Unless he was on his left side or on his side instead of the back, like fully on his stomach. Like someone could be kind of like halfway on their stomach and halfway on their sideways. I don't know. It's not really making any sense. And then now people are also saying he was shot in the head. So which one was it? Was it like a execution style to the head, or was it? You know, so that's why I said I need the autopsy report. Autopsy report, coroner's report at this point.
Y'all love y'all kids. Tell y'all kids y'all love them even if they grown, because God damn it. The other morning I didn't wake up thinking I was gonna lose a son by the hands of the same people that protect us. I really didn't. Anyhow, it's time for me to put my big girl pants on, clear my eyes, ask God to give me the strength. I will, to prepare me what I'm about to walk into, because my son has been mauled by dogs in the face and shot in the head. I don't know. Y'all just pray for me. Pray for me. Share this live. They executed my son. They executed him. Close range, shot him. Close range, not standing from a distance, close range with his hand behind his back as a dog ate at his face.
They put pet cows out the pasture and slaughtered better. And
y'all, they Matilda, my son. They shot him in the back of the head. And while they had his hands tied behind, while they were holding both his hands, they shot him in the head. And that's only 2 of the shots. They executed my baby. They held his hands behind his back. So what you see on the news, when you see the officer, not the one that was straddling him, that shot him in the back of the head, but the one holding the gun, that's the one that shot him in his hands while his partner was shooting him in the back of his head, y'all. No mother. They shot my baby in the back of the head, y'all, while they were holding his hands.
but he's in heaven.
His brains literally were laying on the ground yesterday when I went to where they shot him. I don't want nobody's sympathy, but y'all love on y'all motherfucking kids. Y'all love on y'all motherfucking kids, dog. Oh, when I say they executed my baby, that police video footage y'all saw, America's so gung-ho about, where y'all see an officer and all y'all see is his gun drawn, that's because he was the one shooting my son in the hands that his partner had together like these. The dog was mawing at his neck. His neck is mauled up from where the dog where the dog was mauling my neck.
Remember, at the start of that press conference, that guy says, the police chief says that it's redacted. And remember, I said what's redacted, what's edited, what's cropped out. So that police footage is not the full thing. They redacted it probably because it is more severe and more heinous than we actually saw. And to be honest, if you redacted it, that you should tell us why you redacted it. Okay, we redacted portions of the footage that is violent, that shows mauling, that shows, you know, what was redacted. That's transparency. Now, there are sometimes people redact things, obviously, but they also tell you why it's redacted. To not tell us why you redacted the footage, and then to hear from the mother, her what she is seeing and what she was told and what she saw and what she has witnessed and looked at, and that kind of like that kind of like helps the police with their image to act like it was just that. The redaction of it minimizes what was done and what actually happened. That's why I said I need more. I hope that the apartment complex has their own full footage of surveillance, and we get to see exactly what happened and not unredacted. And I understand they don't want to release unredacted because it could be very to protect the victim and the family, not to release certain footage. But the mom might be privy to it or might got to watch the full thing. But the public, what I'm saying is, we as a public cannot judge what happened just by that redacted footage, because they admitted that they redacted it. So we don't know the full extent of what happened by watching only redacted version, which might be the PG version of events.
And they said that the dog wasn't strong enough to detain him. You had a dog eating at his face, and his neck. A man straddling over him with his arms behind his back, and another officer standing off to the side. And the police still ain't saying nothing. Let me remove my glasses. The police still ain't saying nothing.
Why are they doing that way? And then they emptied his bag and laid the shit out to make it seem
and then
like he had a
tried
weapon.
to empty stuff out. It was hot that day. What the fuck? My son sweat. The fuck is he gonna wear some gloves? And he's sweating on the bike. Which I don't know is they sped that footage up because the police actually knocked him off that motherfucking bike. See, y'all can go by what the news tell y'all because the police gonna always have a different narrative, but we showed y'all what was real. We watched them stand over him while he was laying on his stomach. When does deadly force become the first? Mama Gwen, the first thing they resorted to while he was laying on his stomach.
I'm sorry.
They shot my baby in the back of the head. They shot him in the back of the head. When they said his brains was on the ground, as I'm coming here,
Yeah.
just a modern day Emmett Till. They literally, when I say they executed my son. They
dragged him.
And not only after they executed, but then they drug him twice. They moved him twice before the paramedics got there. That's what they're not telling y'all. They moved him twice. And by the time the paramedics got there, for some reason, my son was laying on the ground, butt naked in his drawers. That's all I'm saying. They trying to silence people with video footage. Why? Yep. I'll let y'all know, he was on parole. Not for nothing that because he wasn't violent. Anyone knew him, knew he wasn't violent. He wasn't on parole for that. And so what if he was on parole? Your president got whole lots of felonies. And I don't see nobody doing nothing to him. And he played with little kids and think it's okay to call women bitches and touch on us or whatever. That's your president. I don't believe in this shit. But what I do know is that two men are getting away or trying to get away with murdering my motherfucking son. That's what I know. That's all I'm saying. I don't even know how to process this right. They didn't just shoot him. Even on the police, what they showed, where did he look like he was a threat? By the time he hit the ground, the dog was on him and the police was on his back. They showed y'all what they wanted to show y'all.
And then they opened his backpack and seen a firearm and said that was the narrative.
Then they spun it to say
if
he did have a firearm.
It wasn't drawn on the
It wasn't drawn. He had a fanny pack on. There was nothing in his hand. If y'all watched what I watched, he was riding a bike. They bumped the bike. Y'all didn't see that because the way they play their footage, because it took them a long time to get that footage out there. Okay?
And
they still have yet to reach out to me. When was the last time the police didn't give their condolences when your child got killed by one of them? Y'all tell me that.
That shit's right, yo.
Well, I will say this. When I went to the Grand Rapids Police Department website and their Facebook and social media, I really didn't see any postings about this. And that's unusual for them not to actually post anything about this sort of unaliving or police-involved shooting.
Daquan Johnson. I can't even cry because I'm so numb right now. I can't even cry. I thank God that I do serve a good God. Because right now, I don't even know how I'm standing. When they say God will give you a peace that surpasses all understanding, that's got to be what he's giving me right now. Because they executed my son.
He didn't deserve that. The justice could have prevailed if he was in trouble. This is why we have laws in place. This is why there are policies and there are procedures in place. At no point did they follow the
I'm
proper
still gonna thank God. God is so good. Y'all just don't know. He giving me so much strength. And then I had to tell my daughter, who's in prison, and she was like this with her brother. She come home in 30 days. And I had to tell her over the phone that her right hand was gone. I don't know if y'all ever heard a piercing scream. The scream that she let out this morning.
That baby hurt. Lord bless her. Cover her right now.
And I can't even console her. It didn't just take somebody, y'all. They tore up a family.
He meant something to everybody.
I just wanted y'all to really know the police and the news, they making this out to look like he was doing something wrong. They had been following him for days. Not only we knew it, the people at the store knew it.
So again, she keeps on reiterating that they have been following him for days. So now it's making like more sense to me now, to be honest, is that this has been something that was already ongoing. And he had, it looks like he had a detail on him, or he had people, he was already like, he has a pending case right now that's open, and they could be trying to still gather evidence or watch him for some reason. And then that would make more sense. If he was already, if there was some sort of undercover investigation or something going on within Grand Rapids for Daquan. Now, at the same time, that still does not justify the outcome of this action, but it would explain why they were following him and why they were pursuing him and things like that, and why they already assumed certain things about him before actually. This was not like a normal situation of someone they were approaching, and how do you handle a normal situation. This is something that they already assumed and had certain biases or certain prejudicial, like they already had feelings about him before they actually pursued him, is what I'm trying to say.
A lot of people, a lot of y'all know him. Y'all knew it. They executed my son. And justice will be served. I'm not gonna pray, because vengeance is God's. It's not mine. But
yeah,
I
she was
I pray to God
already.
That them officers. I look so calm, y'all. I look so calm. I don't even know where this piece is. I don't even know how. I honestly don't even know how I'm holding it together, considering what I just saw.
I'm so wrong.
And I still don't know the full details, because the funeral home hasn't thoroughly looked him over. They just got him, and they know that I have been waiting to see my son. To all you mothers who have already been through this and lost a child, I don't know how y'all did it. I don't know how y'all doing it. But I can only pray that God continue to keep me strengthened, because this is about to be a long journey, and I'm going to have to keep reliving this moment over and over until justice is served for my son.
His body just went limp. They just let the dog just tear him up.
I love y'all. And again, thank you to all of y'all who helped me get home, to all of y'all who are helping me through Cash Apps and Zelle to make my son, his homegoing beautiful. Thank you all, because even if I gotta go in debt, that one right there God gonna provide a way, and he gonna have a beautiful home going. I'm gonna ride with mine before I have to burn him. I'm gonna send him home the right way.
Lord bless his name. Bless you.
Y'all remember his name, Daquan Trey Johnson, and he was somebody. He was my somebody.
He mattered,
and his life mattered. It really did. Y'all have a good one. Again, I'm showing up. Not for y'all, not even for me this time. I'm showing up for Daquan Trey Johnson. Y'all pray for me.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Okay, let's see what else is here.
You again, so you can understand what I mean when I say they continue to win by telling us and the whole world that what you see on video is not what you see.
And thank you guys for coming out. Real quick, and short. Can you guys hear me good? So again, I got this off the Be Heroes page. It's my understanding they have Mark Curtis, who was not representing the Grafton Police Department. And in short, part of Mark Curtis' statement is that these officers were attempting to stop an armed suspect who was illegally possessing a firearm. When the officers attempted to stop the suspect, he fled on a bike, took off running. From then, a K9 was deployed, and these officers attempted to place the suspect under arrest. A struggle followed. The suspect pointed a gun.
That video was sent. After that was shown, then they came out with their lawyer today. The first part of that, he says, don't jump to conclusions. But if they hadn't came out with that video, you could jump to the conclusion that what the police said. Now, I'm not the judge, I'm not the jury, but I've always fought for things to at least make it to a jury so parents can have a day in court. But now they're saying don't jump to a conclusion. They wanted to have a conclusion and go on as business as usual. And if we don't stand, it will continue to go as business without usual. On one side to every story. You're always right. Before we bring the mother up, let's turn the volume up. This is a man pointing a gun at the police, supposedly. Once again, if we could go ahead and show that, just to go back to what the lawyer said, a gun was pointed at the police. Let's turn the volume up. This is a man pointing a gun at the police, supposedly. You see, there's two sides to every story. But when we don't stand up, there's only one side to every story. You're always right. Before we bring the mother up, we'll be bringing Miss Johnson up in 1 second. This The dog is actually pulling him. He's not jumping up. The dog is pulling him up.
See, that's a better footage right there that they have.
Ms. Johnson, please don't look at it. Please don't look at it, Ms. Johnson.
That's a better footage.
In 1 second. The dog is pulling this man. Now you can look at it sometimes, but if you don't look close, you think he's jerking. The dog is reached between the officers, grabbed his arm, and is pulling him back. And just like you are children of God, these animals, so when people come on and it's fight or flight.
I need to see that footage.
That called it in.
So they done got their hands on better footage. And that was like more clear. But they obviously don't want the mother to look at it, so they stopped playing it. But that footage right there is the one I need to really see. Hold on.
Before we bring the mother up, we'll be bringing Ms. Johnson up in 1 second. The dog is actually pulling him. He's not jumping up. The dog is pulling him up. Ms. Johnson, please don't look at it. Please don't look at it, Ms. Johnson. We're going to need you in 1 second. The dog is pulling this man. Now you can look at it sometimes, but if you don't look close, you think he's jerking. The dog is reached between the officers, grabbed his arm, and is pulling him back. And just like you are children of God, these animals are of God. Animals do what we train them to do. They do what we train them to do. You know what the penalty was for running away in slavery? It was death. So when people come on Facebook and say, wait a minute, he ran. They're taking us way back in time. Mm-hmm. I always teach people don't run from the police. I always teach people to know their rights. But I know people are people. People are human beings, and it's
okay. Hold on a second. Wait. Let's go to the next video because I have to get off here soon. Okay, hold on. Anyway, there's a lot to cover, and I really won't have time to cover everything today. Just giving y'all a little insight into what's happening with this case. Okay. So they had a press conference, as you can see, and the family actually has their hands on better quality footage, as you can see in just that little clip.
I had to go really look at my son today, and what y'all saw on the police video, I thank them for their footage. Let's give the GRPD a round of applause for the video footage they put out, because I was able to verify what I saw in that video. They shot my son off that bike. They shot him in one shoulder, and the dog. But what do I do? That's here nor there. It'll come out. But I do want to say something to some of y'all. Some of y'all got good intentions. And y'all doing things out the kindness of y'all heart. But those of y'all that are doing things for Facebook recognition and throwing up what you did on Facebook, if you got to throw up what you did, do me a favor. Don't do nothing, because I didn't ask you to do it. If you're going to do something, do it from the heart. Don't get on social media talking about what you paid for this, that, and the other. Because right about now, I'm still a piece of work. God's still working on me. And what I just saw, I'm angry. And I want to take it out on somebody. I do. And the next person that show up somewhere and want to show their ass, I'm going to show them what I'm feeling inside. So if you're going to do something for me and my family, do it because you genuinely want to, not because you're trying to get your views up on social media, because I don't give a fuck about this app. Y'all know me. Those that watch me every morning know I don't give a fuck. I'm coming on here because I'm showing up every day like I did before my son got shot. But I'm going to show up even more because my son's name will be said. They will know who he was. They will give him justice. I'm holding the city together, dog. They want to burn this bitch down. And I do mean burn it down. And I thank y'all. I thank all of y'all who have respected my wishes and didn't do anything stupid or act in ignorance. We're trying to get justice for not just my son, but for all these young men that have been killed in the last couple of months here, and the police walked away with no consequences or repercussions. After they shoot us, who gets to shoot them? Thank you. Y'all know me. I'm a God-fearing woman. I ain't gonna lie. The first commandment, the first part of the Bible, the one that say that people don't want to recognize no more because we under the new law, I'm still with an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. But the way God is moving in me right now, he said, Angel, don't do that. He said, I need you to keep peace on this one. I need you to be calm on this one. I need you to let me guide you. You give me your hand and I'm gonna walk with you. I'm gonna show you what you need to see. I'm gonna give you insight. I'm gonna give you discernment. So never underestimate. I am a woman of God, but at the end of the day, I'm flesh and blood too. I'm still human and I will react. So I'm asking y'all kindly. Don't do nothing that you gonna throw up in my face or in anybody else's face, or come on this little blue app because you want to be some motherfucking body so goddamn bad that you're willing to use my son's death to make a come up.
The content disturbing. Both videos show the final moments of an interaction between Johnson and two officers. We freeze the side-by-side before any shots are fired, but you can see in both versions there is a struggle. These videos exist online. Let's now walk through the narrative from both sides, starting with Grand Rapids Police. Chief Eric Winstrom said today he believes the incident started as an officer-initiated call. Once in the parking lot, officers deployed a police canine to try and take down the man in a non-lethal manner. But the struggle continued. You hear one officer say he's got a gun, and shortly after, shots are fired. Police say the man was taken to the hospital and declared dead Thursday morning. A handgun was recovered from the scene. The officers involved are on administrative leave per department protocol, and Michigan State Police is investigating. Now, in the video released by activists, you can see Johnson on the ground with the canine and officers above him. There is a struggle happening. Those who shared the video say this one shows what really happened.
We need accountability, full accountability, not only for the officers, but for their leadership, because their leadership is who spoke to this community and told this community a false narrative of what took place.
What are you seeing in that video?
What I'm seeing is a young man being executed by a police officer. That's what I see.
I saw somebody laying on their stomach with a dog on their back and two police officers behind them. And then I watched them shoot my son 4 times.
That is Daquan's mother speaking after that video was shared to the public. She says she hasn't been able to see her son, that the video shared by GRPD wasn't shared with her first, and that she hopes those officers are held accountable.
I do pray that the 2 men that stood over my son back look me in my eye and tell me why they shot my son. I want justice for Daquan Johnson. Okay? And I'm going to get justice. Because this, we can't let ride.
Right.
If we let this ride, y'all might as well just get rid of y'all whole court system, period.
Before that video was released, there was a march and vigil at the site where this shooting happened. The crowd chanting and voicing support for Daquan and his family. Now, as state police investigate this officer-involved shooting, we wanted to walk you through GRPD's use of force policy. Grand Rapids reporter Matt Whitghost joins us now to explain. And Matt, there are important changes that have been made over the last few years, dating back and really calling back to the Patrick Loyola officer-involved shooting.
You are correct, Josh. I know when the Patrick Loyola shooting happened, I know Chief Eric Winstrup did look at the use of force policy. When he was looking at that use of force policy, he was really looking at adding the addition of sanctity of life into that. We took a look at that protocol to understand exactly what officers are following when out in the field. According to the policy, the department's highest priority.
Right now, I'm gonna cry it out. I'm angry now. I'm past crying. I'm angry. I want to fight back. But God said vengeance is his. So I'm gonna sit back because the God I serve, after everything I've been through.
Did you put extra ice in it? Can you put some ice?
The God I serve. Blend it thick, please. Just add ice and blend it thick for it. She know I want it. Yeah. Thank you to all of y'all who are not inciting a riot. As bad as y'all want to, I want to too. I just know I want to burn everything down, but it ain't gonna bring justice. So thank y'all. To those of you who stood down, thank you. Our time gonna come. We're gonna get justice in one or two ways. We're gonna go about it the right way. That's my mission. Me and God's mission is to do this shit the right way. I ain't even gonna say we ain't gonna have to incite a riot. Because I'm gonna tell y'all what I know. I knew my son had got executed. I knew my son had been shot in his back before I just went and saw it. I knew the police had been following my son. I found out that he had been frisked earlier that day. Where's all these body cams? Because he's so violent.
Wait. So he already been
I just wanted to, again.
See, there's way more to this whole story. She's saying that he was already stopped and frisked earlier that day. So this is the ongoing thing, and I feel like there's police there that I suspected this, that when they said officer initiated, that he's someone that probably is known by the police or police are aware of him or something. There's way more to this, as I suspected, as soon as I heard officer initiated. So if he was already stopped and frisked earlier that day, then he definitely is under some sort of surveillance, and that's why the officers already assumed that he had a weapon, even though someone just stated he might have a weapon. They already kind of felt like, so there's way more to this.
Yeah, as always, y'all know y'all girl. She's showing up. I ain't showing up for not even me today. I'm not showing up for you. I'm not showing up for me. Because I don't even really want to do this. I'm showing up for my son, Daquan Johnson. I'm showing up for him. They took my baby's voice. They took his eye. They did. But God, he gonna give vengeance for me. And I just don't want any of y'all to do nothing stupid. Again, like I told, and let me reiterate this. I mixed. I love everybody. Ain't a racist bone in my body. But I call people the way I see them. And I told that boy head hunky from Chicago on the news, because my people are white and Caucasians, but there are hunkies. That hunky from Chicago, I let them know y'all want to burn this bitch down. Oh, for real?
I love you, man.
I love you, baby. Thank you, Shy. Five face. Yeah. I don't know what the fuck I was just saying, because I was saying thank you and love you, and they gave me my mocha frappe. Y'all know I keep buying them and losing them. I ain't never lost a frappe, y'all. Never. My cousin think this shit is a game, these frappes. I had to detour off it.
So I'm going to start wrapping this up, but yeah, so there's way more to this. So I would say hold off on, you know, I wouldn't make all the way 100% conclusions on everything, besides the fact that this does appear to be unjustifiable use of force and unreasonable use of force, and there should have not been any deadly force as far as I'm seeing. And I do believe that there's more surveillance and more footage that's going to be released from different angles and perspectives. And I also believe that there is more stuff going on as far as why they pursued him in the first place, which is why I'm still stuck. If y'all follow me on this channel, so y'all know that I'm a person that goes in chronological order. I'm a person that likes timelines. So when something does not add up, I always say go back to the beginning and what's the first domino that fell. This whole thing starts with the actual officer initiation and how they came across him or why they pursued him in the first place. It starts there and seeing if that was even lawful to begin with. Lastly, as for people seeing a gun, there's a lot of assumptions about a gun, and there's different stories of saying that he had a gun maybe in a pouch but not actually out in the open. And in that case, we don't see an actual gun out in the open in any of this footage so far. And again, so far. So we have that's left to remain to be unseen. What I do know is that so far that this seems to be deadly use of force or unreasonable excessive use of force. And that he was, I wouldn't say profiled at this point, but definitely obviously based on what they're showing or saying, should I say, is that he was being followed and he was under some sort of surveillance. There's some sort of detail on him to why that's possibly why he was reported. He does have a pending charge that's under that's still pending, and who knows, that could be why they're telling him is that he has a pending charge. Maybe they're still like feeling like he's involved in certain things. I don't know. Nevertheless, all of that doesn't really matter. What really matters at the end of the day is the moment they fired the weapon, was it necessary? Again, the moment they fired the weapon, was it necessary for them to fire the weapon? And at that moment is when they decide whether this was justified or not. And for me, based on what's shown now, there's no justifiable use of force, and it's unreasonable use of force, excessive use of force, and also even deploying the dog and certain things they've done. Now, the dog maybe needs to have more training, okay? Because the dog, it looks like it used excessive force, and maybe they're supposed to command the dog to do a certain action and the dog did something different. I don't know how about, training of a canine dog, but what I do know is it looks like the dog was doing its own thing, and not really being fully controlled. And maybe they didn't really care about it being fully controlled, but I don't want a dog chasing me and just out of control. Like, control your dog. It's your pet. Whatever you train it to do, make sure it's, so you're responsible for what your dog is doing.
Because I was about to get real violent, and God don't want me to be violent. He want me to be peaceful.
So what she's saying is, obviously, she had a state of denial when she first started, of course, where it's disbelief that your loved one has passed away. And then she has moved into the stage of it looks like where she's having anger towards obviously what happened, which is rightfully so. She's having this anger. And sometimes with that anger, it becomes sometimes vengeful thoughts or wanting, revenge or to take action to avenge your loved one. That's a normal part of grieving, by the way. Now, if I were her, I would not express those sentiments online or express it online, even though it's a feeling that people will have, because people can twist it and spin it in a negative way, even though it is an actual normal part of grieving. Is when you lose someone is to avenge the person's death. I wouldn't express it online though, because it can't be twisted and make her seem that as if it's an abnormal stage of grieving. Hold on.
Well, let's play it. We do have the lights off. I mean, you will be able to see exactly what everybody else is seeing, even though.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Why did they do my nephew like that? Lord Jesus! Oh God, Jesus! Oh my God!
Rewind it again. I want it. What I want. Okay, excuse me, one mic, one voice. Let's get the light on and let's get this door shut.
Y'all have to make sure I'm out of the way to protect
Let's get this door shut. All right, my man. So let's get the lights cut off. Let's get quiet. Let's play the video again. What I want you to see is the entirety of the video. So please, if we can, do not. Let's not get in the way of the projector. Let's go get the lights again, brother, please. Thank you.
Don't get in front of the light. Don't get in front of the light.
And if you can, man, turn the volume up. Okay.
All the way up.
See, the volume.
Move that hand.
That's me.
We all right. We all
Trying
right.
to find the volume. Hold on. It's not very loud. So
It's not,
okay, you guys ready?
it's not resistant.
He never resists. 3, 2, 1, play.
Oh!
I see what's happening now. The footage they have is the same one that I have. I have the same footage that they have, but see, they have the actual real footage, and they're using a projector to project it, and that projector projects it onto the wall. And then when someone's recording it, the light reflects off of that recording, and then now it's at a distance for us. For them, it's up close and personal, like it's like a movie theater kind of setting. And for us, we got a projection and then a reflection of a projection, and it's not. We don't have the same experience because for us, it's at a distance now. Okay, it's a recording of recording, and then the more it records, the more, and then someone else posts it online. Yeah. So, anyways, if I could actually find, I'm sure it's online somewhere where whoever recorded this, the original footage of this recording posted immediately online from whoever recorded it from their device. That would be the best quality and the best view. I don't like a recording of a recording of a recording. Every single time it's going to take away from the quality of it. And to be honest, even from the original quality at night, whoever recorded it, it's already going to be poor quality. And then now the more it's just copied and copied and copied, the less quality. So I'm going to see if I can find the original, because I definitely want to see as much as possible. Hold on.
So, y'all please continue to keep the peace. And that boy here, Hunky. To all my white people, I love y'all. To all my Caucasians, I love y'all. To all my African American people, I love y'all. To my Hispanic people, I love y'all. Let me just tell y'all, I got an uncle. He's a redneck. And that's what we call him, a motherfucking redneck. He can't stand me and my siblings, okay? Because he's a hunky too. I don't discriminate. The fuck? So please, to all my people, don't take nothing I say personal about that hunky. That boy here, hunky, that probably voted for that orange motherfucker. I guess the only way you can get away with being a convicted felon, playing with people's kids, molesting women, and being involved in Epstein shit is, and not get shot down like the dog that you are, is to be orange. All of us need to go to the tanning salon tomorrow, collectively, as a nation, and go get us some orange tanning. Maybe they'll stop shooting us. Because he got 30-something convictions and shit. Ain't nobody... I don't come up on violence, but the orange man does. That's why that hunky, that bald head hunky from Chicago, who got ran out of Chicago, he did, ran his ass here, because you letting all the people get killed in Chicago. And he fucking can't take it here. That's why he's going to Florida. And they put your ass in Chicago, was probably gonna kill his ass. So now you come here and you bring your bullshit to our city, and you let them kill our kids like they're dogs. And you got the nerve. My son was killed on a Wednesday. That hunky didn't call me until today. After I told or asked, because I can't tell nobody to do nothing, but after I asked my people to stand down and don't do nothing, because he act like he didn't see the press release. He even said that he didn't know who was painting my son a bad narrative. And I told him, is you the bald-head hunky that was on the news? Are you the hunky that was on the news? I did. Because ain't no motherfucking shame in my game. I'm half black and white, and I love every motherfucking part of me. But that's a motherfucking hunky, because he don't give a fuck. Because niggas is niggas too. I'm just saying. I didn't make these names, but I damn sure know where to apply them bitches at. Being multiracial, I ain't gonna play with them. I'm not. That redneck, I'm not. I don't give a fuck. I'm upset. I'm upset. I'm angry. I look like I'm smiling. I crumbled a long time ago. I broke when I got the car that my son had been gunned down. Y'all talking to my spirit man right now. And the Lord's still working on the spirit man. That's why you get a couple cuss words and words like hunkies and things like that. Because I'm still flesh at the end of the day. But understand this. It's gonna stop a decline. I can't save the whole world, but I can damn sure try to make a difference in the change in the city that I was born and raised in. And I promise.
Okay, we're going to actually end the live now. Hold on.
Y'all, I'm sorry. But whoever said as a Puerto Rican, they don't.
Okay, so what we need now, like I said, we need more the body cam angles and the surveillance footage from anyone that has it, including phone evidence, autopsy report, coroner. Okay, we need the whole thing about the K9, the dog that was used. We need the police disciplinary pass, and we also need to know how this all started with the officer initiated call. And ultimately, and I believe that the story that's being put out now is not the full story, that the footage that has been put out is redacted, and they admitted that it has been redacted. The story they are telling does not match the behavior in the video. When they are saying certain things, I'm not seeing what they're saying. And they're saying, oh, they see a gun, and I don't see a gun. The officer that did the press conference, didn't see a gun. So the math ain't math, and things ain't adding up, and the footage ain't matching what is being stated. So I do believe that we have a use of force problem, that it was excessive use of force, unjustifiable use of force, unreasonable use of force, deadly use of force. It was unnecessary to do so. I also believe that there is more to the story between the police officer police officers in that area, assigned to that area, and Daquan, that there might be a history between Daquan and some of these officers, especially the one that initiated, that there might have been some sort of surveillance or undercover operation or some sort of sting going on, and that while he was being monitored, and they already had some sort of preconceived notions or biases about him, and they probably knew of him already. And this was not some sort of like happen chance or random thing, that he's someone that people probably are familiar with, and they already knew who they were. They already knew who they were following. They didn't ask for a name. They didn't ask for ID. They didn't ask for anything that will identify him. Like, what's your name? What's your ID? Like anything like that. So it's kind of like they already knew who they were pursuing and who they were following, not just some random guy on a bike that someone saw a gun and we have to, you know, it's like they knew they were following him. They knew the suspect's name and things like that. Even after shooting him, it's like they're not really. I just feel like there's way more to this and more links to this than what meets the eye. And even for the family to say that they felt like the police were already telling him and they're already surveilling him. So they already know that there's more to this as well between the police and Dequan Johnson. Okay. The only thing I'm looking for now is, I understand people are going to have their feelings that he is a convicted felon. They will say he's a criminal, he's this and he's that. And I understand everyone saying all of this about someone's criminal record. However, my only thing I'm looking for is the night that he was unalive, was it justified? Was it a justified homicide? Was it a justified use of force, of deadly force? Was it unreasonable or was it excessive? Could there have been another way to handle it? And we have all seen that there have been mass shooters, serial killers, and others that have been apprehended and arrested that have done heinous, disgusting, vile crimes and more deplorable crimes than he has, and they have been apprehended without unaliving them, so it is possible. So in this case, we still have to go by criminal or not, bad behavior or not, was the use of force necessary in this case, a deadly use of force of firing rounds into him. There's discrepancies as to how many rounds. Some people say two shots fired, 3. I at least heard 3. Like, and even the officer that did the press conference said 3. Okay, and she said the mother said she was told 2, and maybe 2 were in a certain area. Maybe there was 2 to the torso and 1 to the head. Maybe that's why it's 3. Was it, then there's like one officer was put on administrative leave, but then she's saying, the mother, that there's 2. So again, I said I need, the mother could be listening to different people. I've seen where parents or relatives, they get information. The police and medical, the coroners and the autopsy people are not really telling them, medical examiners, so I say, are not telling them all of the information. So they obtain and garner a lot of their information from social media, people on social media saying certain things, or people around them giving them information, and some of that is based on speculation or assumption. So with that being said, even the mother might not have all the details, as she mentioned that she doesn't have all the details, and she's not getting every piece of information, so she's probably relying on others for some of that information. So I would say have a great rest of your Sunday, everyone, and we will just see what all comes out in this story at the very end. And on the replay, make sure you smash that like button. Bye.